THL, welcome to a beautiful Sunday. We have an amazing day planned ahead for you. It's the tournament day 2, all the top 8 matches today. It's going to be an exciting one here, and what better people to help you cast it than probably the most exciting, the best caster I have ever seen do it. Myanodon. How you doing, Myanodon? Welcome to the booth.
Wow. That intro, I don't know how to feel about that. That's really nice, buddy. I appreciate it. Oh my God. I'm speechless. Are you gonna give Ron an even better intro? What's going on here?
Oh man. Now they know Ron's here. Oh god.
Oh shoot. Oh, dang it.
Oh man. See, I was really hoping when I, was saying all those nice things that Ron would be like getting hyped to like, oh yeah, he's talking about me. I got this. And then
Come on, buds.
yeah, Ron knows.
I know
better.
you.
And then you hear him. Myanodon spoiled it. He's back, I guess. It's Ron. Hi, Ron.
What's up, everybody? Very excited for today. Really looking forward to this top 8. We got everybody here in this top 8 is already in the money.
Can you say that again?
Did I say top 8? I feel like I said top 8.
Yeah,
you
top
definitely
8.
said top 8. Someone's salty you didn't get to play in this.
Yeah.
Maybe a little. Everyone in this top 8 has already cashed, which is pretty sweet. Everyone's in the money right now. And now the stakes really go up because we're competing now for that top prize of $150 for a trio team to bring on home. And we're excited to bring you all the action.
Yeah. So quick breakdown of that is 5 through 8. It's getting $30. It was $6 buy-in, so like you already make $4 a person. So that's a free meal at McDonald's or whatever local fast food place you want to go to. Because normal restaurants, it's at least $15 for meals anymore. Um, fourth place is getting 50. Third is getting 70. Second's getting 100. And first, like Ron said, is taking home that 150. I'm glad he got at least one number correct because yesterday, oh man, Ron and numbers were rough. But that's Ron every day.
What? Hey, I did good with numbers. You leave me alone.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Heckin' love numbers, man.
Heckin' love numbers. But
big fan of numbers.
That's right. But I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself and let you all take over. Ron, why don't you take us away with our first match here?
All right, so our first match, we are going to be bringing you the number 4 seed versus the number 5 seed in this top 8. It's going to be Team Norway versus Donkey Hot. And we've got the Battle 5 pulled up on our end. We can see the lineups. Maya, do you have the lineups in front of you as well? If not, I can run us through them.
Got them ready.
Sweet. Why don't you tell me what Team Norway's lineup looks like?
Oh wow, what a lineup! I mean, from what I'm looking at, not too new as far as the cards that have just been added in the expansion. I mean, obviously, Evolved Shaman got the new transmutation in there, but Evolved Shaman being in there, Unholy Death Knight, also running a couple new cards, but pretty much what we saw before, the new mini set, Cockrogue in there as well, and then the Pure Paladin. Looking like no new cards in that. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, and an intriguing subplot to this match is going to be how does Paladin fare? We saw in the tournament yesterday, Paladin, I think, was sporting a 36% win rate over the course of 36 games, something like that. So it has been the weak point in every lineup, it seems, that has a Paladin, and may once again turn out to be the Achilles heel. Of course, Donkey Hot is going to need to get through that Paladin and the rest of the decks on that side for Team Norway with their lineup, which is a little bit closer to what we've been seeing the rest of the field bringing. We've got a Frost Death Knight, Pheno's minion-heavy Frost Death Knight that's been quite popular this tournament. Also, once again, Evolved Shaman showing up like it is in basically every lineup.
Yep.
And Donkey Hot has gone with a little bit of a different choice in their, I guess, third, maybe fourth class you'd call it, in Mage. This one's a Ping Mage, which has done quite well in the tournament so far. And lastly is their Miracle Rogue, which we've seen quite a few occurrences of in these top lineups, doing very strong in the tournament. So this should be a really interesting matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Ping Mage. I did catch some of the matches yesterday and did see that Ping Mage come through in some very interesting fashion as well. I saw, so really curious to see how that plays out today. Maybe really, like you said, kind of the sleeper pick here that's been slowly tearing through these other decks.
Yeah, Ping Mage was clutch for Donkey Hot in round 6. It was the deck that they used to clinch their spot into this top 8, and it was an extremely close game 5 match between that and the Frost Death Knight on the other side. Really kind of came down to the wire where it was a back and forth. Either team had essentially set up a lethal and then just kind of barely dancing around and dodging it. And Donkey Hot got there with their Ping Mage. So excited to see how that one does.
Absolutely, and the other top 8 matches I believe we're not seeing on stream, but we will see both of those top 4 once we get there. So this will be your top 8 match that you're going to catch. We will make sure to update you as the other ones are happening as well, to keep you up to date on who's moving forward.
Absolutely. We'll get our report in for round 1, and then when we get to the next round of our top 8, when we get to our top 4, it's just every match on stream from then on out. So bringing you won't miss a single bit of the excitement.
Yeah, right as we get into those big money matches, it's going to get real exciting. So definitely stay tuned for that. But first, like you said, we're going to see Donkey Hot versus Team Norway. How are our players doing? Are they ready to go here soon?
The bracket just went live, so they got to do bans and such right now. And
Beautiful.
then I will give them the green light as soon as I see bans.
Yeah, any predictions here on bans? Have we been seeing a lot of shaman bans, or is that kind of been in flux throughout? Are people being a little bit more particular?
Shaman or Death Knight seems to be the most popular thing for bans across the board. Shaman's, I think, eating up a bit more bans than anything else. Interestingly, though, Shaman, we saw it on stream and kind of bared out through the stats. It's been a little bit underperforming. Shaman's, I think, only got about a 48% win rate through day
Wow.
1 of the tournament.
Yeah, we saw a ton of Shaman not banned yesterday and just go like either get swept or go like 1-2. Like, it was Shaman had a real bad performance on stream yesterday.
And we didn't see like a single turn 2 evolve. It was weird.
Or turn 3 or turn 4. It was like
well that sounds like the problem right there.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true.
Bans are in. Team Norway's Shaman is banned. And Donkey Hot's Mage is banned. So
that Mage. Too scared of that Mage we were just talking about.
For the Ping Mage.
So they have the green light, so we should be able to spectate them probably right now.
Excellent. I gotta say, I'm not too surprised that the Paladin didn't get banned. That's what I've got my eye on for Team Norway. If they can get the Paladin through, I like their chances. If they're stuck having to play it in multiple games, this is looking Donkey Hot's way.
Yeah, any predictions going into this top 8 besides this match? Who do you expect to see going all the way? You want to make some early predictions here in the top 8?
I mean, it's not going to be world shaking or anything here, but my money's on Hype Horizon to go all the way. They're an extremely strong team full of former Grandmasters.
All right, players are in. Team Donkey Hot will be on the bottom for those viewers at home, and Team Norway will be on top for those viewers at home.
All right, and we are in. It looks like it's going to be that Shaman first for the Donkey team. I've lost the name. What is it?
Donkey Hot.
Donkey Hot.
Yeah.
Donkey Hot, of course. And the Team Norway here, starting off with the Death Knight.
A pretty classic matchup we've been seeing over the course of this tournament. DK versus Shaman. Basically, the one new good mini set card in each class, Blazing Transmutation versus DK Location. We'll see which broken card comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And starting off ahead here, Donkey with the Transmutation in hand. So already has that broken card, just needs to find the support around it. Gonna toss everything but that and the Prescience. I like it. Goldshire Null in the hand. Okay, we are one card away, starting with the coin as well.
Ron, are we gonna have it?
Going.
Pieces of the combo.
What was missing was me here, okay?
Oh,
no. Oh, I thought we had it. All right. That's okay.
For shame.
For shame. Peasant here, starting things off for Team Norway. Gets the proc. Gonna draw through the deck a little bit. Couple of options here. 3/1 drops. Play 2 of them.
And close enough.
Those are 2 good ones. There you go. Unholy Death Knight. Doing unholy things. Convincing Disguise. Another evolve. Not exactly what you want to see here with this hand, but we are 1 turn away from doing something.
That has been a common thing with Shaman lately. A turn away from doing something.
Yeah, turn away from doing something. It might be a little too slow here, although we do not have any of the big swing cards here yet for DK. Obviously, the Rancher pretty powerful, but gonna hold on to that to combo with some cards. So what are you thinking here? Do we take it slow, play that Baron, or are we playing a couple more 1-drops here?
I mean, Rancher could just come down right now. You're just sort of hoping that it sticks. If it does, we of course see the punish. Goldshire Nola's 3, coin, and an evolve. It gets to clear the minion. So a bit of a potentially safer play would be just hold it back to at least get some value. Chill Fallen's fine.
Yeah, looks like going that direction, just preserving that Hawkstrider a little bit longer, knowing that this Goldshire Knoll could come down with that hand so far. They've held everything, they kept 2.
Of course, it always happens here. Are you ready for a Thaddeus?
I mean, it's always a Thaddeus, right?
Thaddeus isn't technically that good since you don't have any other mana left on this turn, but it is still an 11/11 taunt.
All right,
Or
gonna get
maybe
rid
it's
of the
an
draw
8/8?
here. And
8/8
let's see.
Death Rattle?
What did we choose? Let's find out what our options are. Donkey discussing with the team. Denathris, Onyxia, and the Jailer. The options. I guess we go for 10/10 lifesteal. Do we care about the rush here as much? I mean, we can get rid of one more minion, which the arms dealer's a little annoying, but do we need the heal soon?
I think I'd take the Denathrius.
Yeah. And that is going to be the case.
It's just a little bit stronger, and the heal is pretty significant because now this board that wants to ignore your minion and go face is kind of irrelevant when you just heal it right back up.
All right, so there is the Grave Strength here. Going to be available soon. We only have one corpse, though, at the moment.
A Hawkstrider play is finally available to buff a single minion, although it feels far less impactful than it looked just moments ago. This is probably the earliest we've actually seen an evolve on stream so far.
Wow.
Can confirm. Ron is correct.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I mean, that's, you know, shaman giveth and taketh.
You know what, though? For all the non-turn 2, turn 3, turn 4 evolves we had, though, we had so many piranhas all over the place, though. So, like,
really,
I don't hate it. You know,
there were lots of piranhas. I mean, Tuna was happy. You know, fish card, fish tournament. Yeah. It's all good.
I think Tuna would be afraid of that many piranhas, but you know, that's just me.
Listen, I don't know if you know this, but a school of tuna is one
freshwater.
of the scariest things.
Saltwater fish. They probably don't ever interact, but you know.
No, there's tunas that live in saltwater and freshwater.
I don't think there's tunas.
Don't test them on tuna facts.
Tunas around
Did you know
any piranhas anywhere.
The most expensive meal in the world is bluefin tuna. Costs almost like 10,000 a kilogram.
Most expensive per what? Per weight?
Yeah, per weight.
That can't be right. It's probably very expensive for like a whole bluefin tuna, but there's got to be more expensive things to eat per weight. If you're being maybe a unit of like a specific item, but like a dish, you could definitely get a more expensive dish.
Oh yeah, I mean you could put gold leaves on it and
exactly. You can really. So this has become a how expensive can you make food stream.
Mine's
so
not
forget
buying
about
it.
this. I'm not buying it. All right. Okay. What do we got going on here though in this match that we're casting?
So the Death Knight has finally picked up the location, which can work out really nicely with the egg on board here. Still trying to navigate this lifesteal minion wiping out all of the damage that they've been trying to push.
Well, so far no damage. I mean, I think we were at like 26 when that first came down, so not the worst result as far as damage that's been applied already. You're not like healing, but you are having to sink a lot of damage into this minion. That's a good pickup there with the Glacial Advance to preserve a little bit more and kill that minion here in a reasonable way.
So well navigated by Team Norway. Finally dealing with the Denathrius, making a big wide board, having enough corpses now for Grave Strength to be active. Hero Power plus Grave Strength next turn is gotta be lethal. It's a lot.
How much is it, Ron?
18 plus whatever the board is.
It is.
Currently, board is at 10, but we are going to remove some
11,
of that here.
29.
Could get a
It would
taunt.
be
This is going
exact
to be a
lethal.
big...
However, it's not lethal anymore.
Gets the general here, so able to get the rush, trade into that biggest minion there in the foul, or choose to go for the arms dealer and freeze the foul. Yeah, that seems to be the direction we're going.
I do enjoy the name foul.
Foul?
So the foul has been frozen.
The foul has been frozen. A frozen foul.
Speaking of names, you know the ghost from the rogue location had a name, and Ron just randomly knows that?
The ghost from the location has a name? What's its name?
What's its name, Ron?
I don't know. I forgot.
You forgot? You said it so convincingly yesterday as soon as it hit the board.
Probably because I read it.
What's the new Lich King legendary, Ron?
No, here's an interesting pickup. Vizier just found a Scourge.
Yes.
That could be huge. It's coming down next turn for even more board flood, might be super powerful things. So this Unholy Death Knight still continually putting a lot of pressure on the board with a Grave Strength in hand. They had exact lethal if Shaman passed last turn. Once again, threatening lethal.
Ooh. Interesting turn here. We kind of want to save the Convincing Disguise for the tiny toys, but we might not have the opportunity to do that. And we kind of need to Neptulon this turn, right? We want to remove as much as possible to make sure the Grave Strength does not kill us. So might even see, do you go for the Command of Neptulon, get some clears here, and then Convincing Disguise those minions? Just try to get healthier 6 costs or 7 costs.
It's the only good play that spends all of your mana, which is relevant for trying to line up a Glug next turn. Realistically, when would you play the Tiny Toys Convincing Disguise? Because if you try to save it for next turn, you're dead. The play you need to make is Command.
Yeah.
And there's just, you're overloaded next turns. It looks really bad.
It's real awkward, but let's see what we get out of these.
I think this
another
is the right
rush,
choice.
it looks like. Oh, Goldshire Null, not the most exciting one to get, but does let you clear one more minion, which certainly is not too bad. But now, like you said, Scourge can come down this turn.
Who's ready for the Scourge?
Huge pickup. Can clear off that Null as well, prevent any shenanigans there with Evolves. We still have, Muck Pools in the deck, but another Blazing Transmutation, and of course the Primordial Waves.
And Team Norway can just clear out the Null and knock off the Divine Shield, make sure they have a full 7 random undead summon board. I think that's the play they've got to make.
Oh yeah. Ooh, hits the Neptulon. That is not necessarily the one you want to hit, but...
And what's in the box? It's insane.
Ooh, wow.
I think it wins the game.
I think that's going to be it here. Absolutely. I don't see an answer to that. The discovered Scourge just doing insane amounts here after it looked like Team Donkey was going to potentially turn it around here, was able to clear off a lot of those minions. If there was no Scourge, it would have been a little bit more difficult to build up another board in time.
You see that Stitch creation? That's the Scourge that I get.
Yeah. That 5 Stitch creations. Yep.
This is our high roll situation for a Scourge, and it looks really good for.
All right, what are the
Norway.
6 drops? I don't think those are going to do it. And Donkey
Not even
Hot.
close, sadly, for Team Donkey Hot.
Not looking good here. And gonna trade off into the 8/8, but this is just not gonna be enough. I think it's just lethal on board, and that is...
Yeah, they know it's over. So on to the
Game
next
1.
Game 1 of the books.
And like you said, the Shaman just not doing it. I mean, we got, according to you guys, the fastest evolve that we've had so far. It was 1 turn slower than, or maybe 2 turns slower than we were hoping. But it still was just not enough. The discovery there with that Death Knight making a big impact. And yeah, now do you think we see that Shaman again? Now that the Death Knight's out of the way, you've got the Rogue and the Paladin to take on. I mean, seems pretty doable. The rogue, not really many answers there for a big minion.
Yeah, especially in Conquest, a lot of teams, if they have decided we're going to lead off with this one class, they'll just go right back to it if it loses, especially if they've identified it as one of their stronger decks. So I would not be surprised to see Team Donkey Hot go right back to the Shaman. However, Team Donkey Hot is built different. They want to switch it up. We're going with Death Knight, and we got a Death Knight versus Paladin match.
All right, so they saw how good the Death Knight was, and they said, all right, we'll show you how good our Death Knight is. And here it comes into the Paladin. This is the weak link, according to you, Ron. We'll see if it does manage to sneak a win, or if the Death Knight's just going to get 2 in a row, 2 different ways.
I mean, absolutely. I'm excited to see this matchup here. This is the big one for Team Norway, I feel.
I mean, it's not just Ron. Battlefy stats on it were so bad. They won 13 out of 36 games. Like, was it one of the worst?
I don't want to hear about the stats. Okay,
you don't want to hear about the stats.
We're trying to just guess and use our brains here to come up with something.
Okay,
all right.
Yeah. Sorry. You know.
Mine says never tell me the odds.
Never tell me the odds.
I will never hold you again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't manage to hear what you said, but I know you said something. I'm gonna look back on that later on, and you'll hear from me. Don't you worry.
I'll hear from you.
Excellent opener from Team Donkey Hot here, finding the body bagger that survives the board on a trade right into a coin location play. That 4/5 rusher just wreaks havoc early. Everything you want to see in the opening hand.
Yeah, really good start here for Donkey Hot. Going to start with the body bagger, as you said. And on the other side, we do have the order in the court, but pretty early to be using that. Class action lawyer as well. Not what you need here. Blood Matriarch Liadrin. Not what you're trying to see either. So I think Battle Vicar might be the best option, although it's not very exciting.
It's not, but it's probably the right choice. You can find a cheap card to make your light rays cheaper as well, given that you have Order in the Court in hand already. And it's important to note that this is a turbo list. It does run Blood Crusader, so ideally, Team Norway would be playing Blood Crusader on turn 6 alongside Countess. They can just math out when they need to play Order in the Court in order to do that.
Yeah, so far as the 2 discounts as well on those.
Huge pickup for a board-based matchup right here. Wow. Horn of Winter right off the top means they can play the Harbinger as well as take the basically full clear, develop a 4/5 and a 2/2. What's not to like?
My rule is eternal.
Yeah, let's see. That is going to be the case here. Gonna coin out the construct quarter. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see, like you said, that Horn of Winter into the Harbinger. And there it is, yeah. Beautiful turn there from Donkey Hot, able to take that board and really start commanding a lead here early on in this game 2.
Absolutely perfect opener with a Vizier in hand that is likely to become active.
Yeah, on the other side of things, picking up the second order of the court, not what you want to be seeing.
In order to play the turbo invitations, they would need to play Order in the Court this turn. But that leaves them wide open to falling pretty far behind.
Yeah, definitely a difficult choice here. Sanguine Soldier, not really wanting to take too much more damage, but does need to contest the board in some way. So Class Action Lawyer going to come down here on the Monstrosity, slow things down a little bit, and could get this Vizier active if we want.
Really interesting draw as well with the Acolyte of Death. This can be a draw 3, and I mean, you basically lose your board. You just develop a 3/4. Or also, you know, you could just trade and have an active Vizier and try to deal with the 2/2 after having your 1/1 die. There's multiple options still, even with only 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, so really discussing this out, Team Donkey Hot.
It's hard to
Figuring out what they
resist
wanna
the
go
card
with.
draw. I think,
Yeah.
yeah, I do really like this choice that it looks like they're planning.
Yeah, I don't know that you'll have as good of an opportunity to use it later on, so I do like getting it off now, get some draw, and the Vizier's going to be active plenty of times.
Oh wow, it's another Horn of Winter. I like that they led with that just in case it's Horn, but I mean, do you really care about Horn and hero power?
No, I don't.
Back on the Paladin now. Liadrin can get the Sanguine Soldiers. It's sort of a waste since they already have a Divine
yeah.
Shield, but you would be able to clear the Acolyte of Death. Given the
that's
additional
not a
pickup.
bad choice. How many? We've played 1, 2, 3, 4 cards, I believe, so far. 4 Paladin cards.
Yes. 4 Paladin cards already played, so Order in the Court would be the 5th, which would make the Light Rays cost 4 at this point. Once they play an Order and draw one of those Light Rays, still probably a little bit too early for that. If they want to actually get it on board now, that is.
It looks like we're double Order in the Court to try to accelerate, like you were saying, just wants to get to that Blood Crusader as soon as possible. We've drawn both Light Rays, so next turn we'll draw the Countess, and then turn 6 we will have the Blood Crusader, so able to do it with the double Order in the Court, but we are risking taking a lot of damage here and starting to let them really push for that board.
I think I like the way that they plan that out, though. Not respecting the 3/4 now, it doesn't really get much in the way of additional draw, except, you know, this 1 hero power. Board does get a lot more troublesome for the Paladin, but they will be able to play free Light Rays on the next turn and try to protect themselves into that power spike turn.
Yeah, they will have the Matriarch into some of those rushers into the Light Rays, so certainly could start to push back, but this is going to be a lot potential here, especially if we use that Horn of Winter.
Yeah, I like the Horn of Winter on the Vizier. Really good move here. Underwhelming options, though.
Yeah, not
Unholy
the best
Frenzy
option.
to... Yeah, I mean, they're planning, right, for the Light Ray.
I see. So holding the sidekick there, it's not going to push any damage this turn.
Right,
and yeah, here goes the big turn that we were expecting. Gonna take some damage on the way, but able to clear off at least this Acolyte here and play 2 Light Rays. All right, gonna choose to maintain the health a little bit and get a little bit more value, getting an extra Divine Shield, still able to clear off the Acolyte. The Sanguine Shoulder would have only allowed clearing the Undead Monstrosity instead, so gonna opt for those 1/1s. Ooh.
Big pickup for a wide board, but a turn or a mana too short for that.
Yeah, just a mana too short, but still quite a few options here to deal with some of this board at least. We have the Frost Strike, another Construct Quarter with the Hero Power is also an option.
Because of the free Unholy Frenzy and the fact that this monstrosity is a rusher, means both of these 5/5s can be dealt with on this turn without much trouble. If they want to, they could even maybe lead with a Skeletal on the 4/5, just to preserve the 2/4. Not sure it matters too much.
Yeah, I was wondering if you can also, could you have Construct? I guess you don't get the second rush, but you could have played the other Construct Quarter, turned the Nerubian into it, gotten 2 monstrosities back.
True. It would have been spicy.
if you had traded, if you traded into one, you could have gotten 2 monstrosities back. In the end, still able to get that second monstrosity here at the end of the turn to clear off a good amount of the board. And here is the turn. So we can Blood Crusader into the Countess now. Able to survive long enough to do this. We are quite
Paladin
low
taking
after
their
that.
chance.
Yeah.
It's all about the invitations. Invitations are always lethal.
They're going to have to be. We have 10 corpses right now with this Mara Manipulator. Is there a way here?
It's
a little awkward. My brain can't process
It's probably
it.
not going to happen. I mean, yeah, you could go for the very unlikely high roll
Yeah.
that Mara Manipulator gets lethal, but I think this is the responsible play.
Yeah.
I like the choice here. We're going to see the 2-4 get blown up, and then the Blood Crusader will be dealt with as well. This removes a lot of power on the board, but this is it. The moment we've been waiting for. Invitations. They're
It's
not
gonna have
dead,
to
and they
come
get to
down.
play them.
Yeah, they do get to play them. Is there any that are going to heal? There's the Corvus.
That's
necessary
one.
with the Frostworm, though. It is sad, but we see the Fury in the hand will just kill
It's the
Team
best of
Norway
those. Okay,
here.
we go again.
We got some heal. Okay, we got a King Crush.
That's, I mean, another King Crush, and it's lethal. Last
Okay.
one.
Ooh.
It is not quite good enough.
No, it is not what you want to see. We can technically heal and clear with the Crush, can't we? So we're technically not dead on board.
Yes, you can be not dead to Frostworm's Fury, which is somewhat relevant, except for the fact that there's another one, so you die over 2 turns.
Yeah, but we're playing for survive in this turn. Maybe you can make it. No, you can't. But this looks, it's pretty good. Just not going to be good enough, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for the Paladin, they are just a little bit off. I think it was 6 off lethal there if everything had gone face. And it's just Frostworm's Fury locking out this game.
Yeah, just can double Frostworms with the play of the Ulthok as well. So didn't even have to wait a turn to get it done.
When your cards cost health and you've got enough, just send it.
And that is going to be game 2 going to Donkey Hot. And we are in a game 3 tied up 1-1. DK just getting through easily on both sides. Well, I mean, that was a little bit more complicated than easy, but certainly able to get both wins to start things off.
It was well navigated by Team Norway. I can see why they have been able to win with Paladin before, but still looking like the weak spot. Death Knight, of course, just hit that point of turn 7, and Paladin had to random their way to a victory. It wasn't quite enough in the invitation box. And we'll see if Norway decides to go back to the Paladin or switch it up. Meanwhile, Donkey Hot's still left with their Rogue or Shaman to choose.
And it looks like it is going to be that Rogue into that Paladin. So bringing that Paladin once again for Team Norway. They're going to try their best here to get it through, holding on to that Rogue for later on. And it is going to be a decent start here.
Yeah, Rogue has found Potion Belt in their opening hand as well, which is massive. The Paladin does have Coin and Order in the Court, which is fairly relevant. However, this is a brutal matchup for Paladin. They try to get on board, and then the Rogue makes an explosive turn that they can't really come back from, especially this list that doesn't have defensive tools. You've got a class action lawyer for a ghost, and that's about it on the Paladin side. So I like Team Donkey Hot's chances very much in this game.
Yeah, there are the 2 lawyers, but certainly need to find them and time them. So we will see if that's going to come into play. Going to just start things off with a concoctor here. Get the potion started. Hazy concoction, not a bad one there.
The dream is alive again, though, Mayan, I gotta say, because next turn, the Paladin can play Order in the Court, which means coin and play your Countess on turn 5. Play 3 invitations on turn 6.
That's a dream I want to believe in. So let's see if we can manage to get there with the Silverhand recruits also. That's going to discount those rays as well, which will be helpful.
There's enough other cheap cards. I like the Order in the Court play. It's finally happening.
Yes.
I've been begging for Paladin players to do this in like every game, and they keep skipping the opportunity when they have it. But Team Norway is going for a turn 6 triple invitation play. We'll see if the Rogue can beat them up fast enough to deny that.
Yeah, so far it's not enough in the hand. I mean, starting to pick up those concoctions, but we're really, really hoping to find one of those alchemists to really get things going, either for the Draka or for a location if we find that. But yeah, we're getting potions going. We got some potions.
Belt finds draw.
Yeah, draw good.
Will we see a double draw? No double draw. These are underwhelming as well.
Yeah, very underwhelming. But as you said, we saw that early Order in the Court. Maybe we just need the aggression of minions, like summon a 3. I don't know. Or do we? Yeah, it does look like that is going to be the choice here. There's maybe an argument for taking the kill minion, but they're probably going to play 3, like you said, at once, and it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, and they know that there's 2 Silverhand recruits in hand, so
Yeah.
picking the destroy felt a little questionable there. So out comes a discover card for the Paladin side.
All right.
Got to be probably the cheap one. But Consecration is tempting with 1/2s on the board. It's just a tad slow.
Tad slow for sure, and those 1/2s aren't that scary.
Sermon isn't awful, but it is, again, 4 mana, and that's a lot of mana to spend on something that doesn't have an immediate impact.
Yeah, especially if we were trying to go for the early invitations. That's just not really progressing any of that. You're just not gonna be able
I
to
like
play
the Kel'Thalas pick here. Just get one of the recruits down. Light Rays are now 5 cost in hand, which I believe means it's going to be a massive turn 5 power spike, where we see double Light Ray and a 5/5 and a 7/7 with invitations in hand. On the Rogue side, gotta apply that pressure.
Keen Eye Spotter picked up.
Kind of useful.
Yeah, you can clear off that Vicar now.
Sort of encourages, the weapon swing into the Vicar and equipping a Cutlass, where more often than not you'd be trading the Cutlass. But Don Quixote's really got to think about it now. Do we want to actually trade this? Spending 2 on re-daggering is significant.
Yeah, absolutely. So we shall see. We are still looking for something to win this game, though, on the side of Don Quixote. We do have the Draka, but no real easy way to ramp. So I could also see the trade just to try to find something.
Kenai might be bait, and trade is better.
Why not?
But there are Light Rays in hand, and you know that. So
yes,
a 1 mana weapon to have an easier way to clear the Light Ray. This is not bad.
Yeah, not
All right,
bad at all.
out comes Vindicator. Vindicator finds more "Why are you hitting yourself" cards in that Seal of Blood, but still a useful card here.
Yeah, Divine Shield with that Keen Eye could definitely come into play.
It is a very real consideration for Team Norway to not play this free Seal of Blood just because of the self-damage. They know they're taking 7 next turn as well from themselves. But it's too good to pass up.
Yeah, now trying, I think, to do a little bit of math, see if there's a way to get either the stenographer or the Draka. Doesn't look like a Draka play, but oh, interesting. That doesn't do much, but a couple of 3/4s.
I mean, I think you probably just want to slam that Zarella down on the board.
Yeah, I think so too. And going to Astalor here into the trade, get the Kenai to proc once more, build the board instead of playing that Zarella. I can see both arguments here, just fighting for the board here. Make sure that you have as much damage as possible for the upcoming turns, knowing that this Crusader's coming down, and this is your opportunity to potentially win here.
Paladin once again goes down to 13 health, throws up a couple taunts to block some damage.
Yeah, the light
and
rays
triple
lined up
invitation ready to go.
perfectly there to not take any damage as well.
There is still the Keen Eye Spotter doing work that enables a pretty easy clear with the weapon swing into a 5/5. Donkey Hot looking for damage now. Finds damage.
Finds damage, could consider...
No double damage, though.
No.
Are we hazy gaming?
It might be. I don't mind that. I think we need to be playing as much as possible here. Get this stenographer down as well, if we can. Oh, went for the draw.
It was, I think it was, oh yeah, no, actually draw makes sense to try to find maybe a shadow step to lethal because we're looking at, oh, well, never mind. I thought we'd shadow step the Astalor and trade the 1/1s. So this could have been a lethal with the draw, given the right draws.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Absolutely. If we did the 2/1/1s traded, we could have shadow stepped the, yeah.
Never punished though. They didn't hit the shadow steps, so nothing to worry about there. They wouldn't have had it anyway. Choosing this line instead of just full face damage, clearing out the Countess. On the backswing, only 9 damage needs to be found from an invitation. If these invitations are the same as last time, it's lethal. What do we see?
Well, that is some damage there, the Xylag, although it limits your space. The Alexandros as well.
Mograin's a guaranteed 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
3
is that
plus the Kael'thas. Oh, the double for Kael'thas should just do it, right? Yeah, let's do some math here for, yeah.
Invitations are always lethal.
Invitations were always lethal. Didn't even need the Mograin, and we get it. And that is going to be the Paladin taking the win there for Team Norway. What were we worried about? That was aggressive, able to get the perfect turn 6, getting the invitations. Can't complain. Can't complain with those results.
Yeah, very well done by Team Norway. And I think there it is finally. That's what I've been looking for from Paladin when we've seen it played. The deck just doesn't quite do enough to compete in most of the matchups. But if you turbo those invitations like they did, that can be the difference maker. In this case, funny enough, they didn't actually need any of the invitations to get the win. But I think the pressure of the invitations, the fact that their opponent knew that they were there caused a different line of play, which enabled the setup for just burst lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also the Keen Eye Spotter making some interesting choices there as well. I mean, it definitely got a lot of value in trades, but it meant some damage wasn't going face, and some of that damage was going to the rogue's face to set up that lethal as well. A little bit earlier. So it, definitely some interesting choices there with the discovers and the line that was played. And now we're going into game 4. Team Norway could take this here with a win with their rogue. It looks like Donkey Hot going for the shaman to try to beat this rogue and waiting on that mirror for the final potential match here. Does have the Goldshire Null, no coin though this time around. But I think that's the only potential keep here.
Yeah, it looks like a rough hand for the shaman. I don't know if you keep any of that.
Yeah.
But Null is obviously very tempting. You have 6 evolve cards that cost 1 mana in your deck. And Rogue, they've got Dancer and Step and Draka with a coin.
Yeah,
this could get bad in a hurry for Team Donkey Hot. Team Norway's looking good here.
Yeah, absolutely, and just gonna try to find even more ways to accelerate with that Door of Shadows, and they do with the prep. Found Goldshire Knoll. Gonna take some time here to.
Oh, and meanwhile, Shaman picking up another useless card for the early
Yikes.
game.
Yeah, absolutely not what you want to see here for Donkey Hot, getting this far into the tournament and just to struggle here on this potentially last game here with this Shaman. I mean, we talked about it early on. You said surprisingly not having the success we expected, and partially due to these draws, just not able to get those early Goldshire Knolls down. We'll see if that changes, but right now, looking pretty good here for Team Norway.
Absolutely, and able to take it slow on this turn, just kind of chip through the totem, waiting for a little bit more setup and a little bit more mana to really go off with the Draka turn. And also, pesky taunt, get it out of the way, but huge hit here, Mayan, off of that far site.
Oh yeah, that is a massive, massive hit, and we can play that as early as next turn to try to find a win that way. That's not a bad way to do it.
What do you mean, bad Shaman hand? We just play Glug on turn 4. Everything is fine.
We're fine. Totally fine.
This was really looking like a complete disaster early, and one Farsight has totally changed the perception of this game. Glug coming down, ready to get big.
Yeah, Glug absolutely setting up for some power here. We need some way to do 2 damage to it if we want to try to clear it off, but right now, no way to find that.
Could just mean that Shadow Step has to get used on a Concoctor to try to high roll the other one. I don't think I like that with Dancer in hand.
No. Yeah, it looks like just trying to set up for next turn.
Actually, are they going in on Draka right now?
Oh, we do have enough. Yeah, it might be the case. Just saying,
Ignore
I
the
need
Glug, race him?
to win as soon as possible. It looks like that is going to be the case. Get a giant dagger going, has the stenographer, has this bubbling concoction. It's going to be ignore Glug,
I like
go
it.
face, hit him with this big Draka. We can get it up to a 10 dagger if we want to use this prep as well. Probably unnecessary. Maybe keep the prep for the
It's
Edwin
a tough
turn.
choice. 10 or
like
9, Edwin in
10's good.
hand. I think 10 probably needs to be the pick.
Just
and
make
use
sure you
that
can
prep.
win off of the dagger itself.
Dagger alone wins in a couple turns. And now we're just going to see how Donkey Hot can navigate this turn of events.
Yeah, it does have a way to clear off most of the board on the other side, and maybe set up and hope the Primordial Wave can do it next turn.
Glug
Needs
did
to
get
find
big.
a taunt. Yeah, Glug is big. Glug is quite big and can get even bigger here, even push the damage of the Water Revenant if we want, although I think we need to remove as much as we can off of this board. This is a tricky one. Do we leave up the Dancer?
Glug
Looks like
always
that
goes
is gonna be-
face.
yeah, Glug's got to go face.
Because now it's a 2-turn setup, whereas Team Norway was going for a 3-turn setup with the weapon swings. Once again, this game in favor of the Shaman just ever so slightly, and that can also change in a heartbeat with this Putricide pickup. We've got a couple generations for a random destroy.
Ooh, that is not the destroy. We got another. Ooh, that's not
it. But
We
there's
got
another
shot here.
chance.
And that is not it. Could maybe
Hazy could be
find-
some kind of miracle, or
What
they
can you
could just
find
go
here?
for the draw
Deadly
4.
shot?
I
Is
think
that
it's
still in
Hazy.
standard? I don't.
And that
wrong
is
shot.
not it.
Wrong shot, and that is going to be what we were talking about. We thought the Shaman was done for here, but that 4-cost Glug into the Primordial, or the
It's just
the
Glug.
Command Epsilon, and just Glug, just taking it here.
He's out here glugging them.
Wow.
We got another game coming up. Tuna, what are we looking at?
It's the thing I wanted to happen all day today. Game 5. Team Norway's Rogue versus Donkey Hot's Rogue. Let's see who advances to the top 4.
Yeah, and while we wait for this Rogue mirror to start, let's talk about the bracket real quick. I'm just taking a quick look. It looks like Hype Horizon up 2-0 on RIT Black in that other match that's going on, as well as Lean Lovers up 2-1 into Brown Alumni Esports. So a couple of matches going potentially could end here. No update on L Gang versus All Pretty Mid ETs.
Looks like that one did just update. They are evened up at 1-1.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh my goodness, a caster that I don't have to spoon feed bracket information. Oh my goodness, Myonodon, where have you been?
I've been right here. Here.
We plug him in for day 2.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so here we go. The best words in all of Hearthstone. We've got a game 5. It's a Rogue fight. Rogue v Rogue. Will it be Donkey Hot? Will it be Team Norway advancing to the round of 4? Starting off, we're looking at a location in one hand and some Draka tools in the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be really interesting here with a couple of draws for Team Donkey Hot. What are you keeping here? Are you keeping all these Draka activators and hoping, or are you tossing? I mean, Mailbox Dancer, I think you keep, and
I'm not sure I have the strength to not keep Dancer Step on coin, but Donkey Hot is disciplined and says, you know what, if we don't draw Draka, this is just going to be really sad because we're saving it for that moment. So going with the responsible, non-high rolly choice, and they get rewarded by finding a potion belt.
Yeah, no, the other side, Team Norway with their Door of Shadows on 1. Once again, just trying to get through the deck, find those win cards. Cutlass could be traded here. Is always hitting the potion belt, which isn't bad.
Sort of awkward. I mean, it could hit the top deck.
It could hit the the top deck, but
well,
no,
not if it's 0.
Not if it's prep.
But sort of awkward when you have a prep in hand already to discount your potion belt when you're like, well, I kind of felt like I might have just prepped the belt or played it for real cost anyway and floated the mana, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, belt on the other side.
The concoction, right? You don't have to prep the belt, just prep the concoction.
It's true.
On the other side of things, gets the potion belt onto, finds the draw and discover.
Okay, now you're happy about the potion belt being discounted by 1. Because a moment ago, that 1 mana discount was essentially going to be wasted, but now you can draw another card with Ghostly Strike.
Yeah, interesting choice here. It is the Rogue Mirrored. Concoction can be pretty powerful. They're the dreadful one. Sorry, they're all concoctions, of course. Which one? Which one?
I like the concoction here, Maya.
I like concoction here as well. And it looks like we're going to go with concoction.
There's a draw. Okay.
And there's some
Rick
draw.
on the first one, but found the draw on the second.
Yeah, but now it's one of those weird choices with the draw tied into the destruction. So actually, looks like we went for the damage on this turn. We do have the Edwin that we have double prep in hand as well, so we could get a lot of draw that way.
True, it's a reasonable choice to take the damage because you already were locked in to destroy, and you can try to kill a smaller minion, isolate, kill a ghost. There's the Draka pickup.
There's the Draka. Would have liked to see that with the other hand a little bit more.
Obviously, you're actually just supposed to keep Mailbox Dancer and Step because, of course, you would always draw Draka by turn 3.
Yeah, that's a given. We do have the graveyard on the other side, so I think holding on to this concoction is just going to happen. So what are we going for the Edwin here? Coin Edwin? Or we're going to start with the Cutlass? There's the Dancer.
Oh, wow.
We have the Shadow Step. I mean...
Oh, wow.
Can I say next turn's going to be pretty big?
Yeah, did you just dagger up and hit face here?
I think so. And hopefully they play a big ghost here as well, which we're going to find out the name of shortly.
Maybe it's like Haunted Conscience, I don't know.
Okay, you just pulled that out of somewhere, and now it's going to be correct, even though you couldn't remember it before. Let's see.
We'll
You looked it
see.
up earlier. You just
We'll see how much they pop off on this turn. Going for Gone Fishing. Find a Shadow of Demise.
Shadow of Demise. Ghostly
Dancer not
Strike.
cheap enough for this turn to play right now to try to get more cards for the Ghost. They are essentially out of mana though.
Yeah, they could double prep or prep. I don't know. With Shadow Demise.
I mean, you
prep.
can play the Handmaiden and prep Bone Spike the Handmaiden and find a way to get more mana that way.
I
Maybe
just got
that's
kicked.
the plan. No, they're not. They're not doing it.
I just got kicked from the stream. Give me 1 second. I don't know what happened there.
Well, you're only missing a giant Draka turn. No big deal because Donkey Hot's about to go off. They're actually mousing the Edwin now. Is a bit slow for the Draka turn, so it looks like they have decided to wait.
Yeah, it looks like waiting 1 turn can prep that potion belt. If we want to use one of these preps now, get a bigger Edwin going. It looks like no.
Yeah, so they wanted to wait here, I would expect, because the Ghost button was not pressed last turn. And they're holding the prep 2-mana concoction that can destroy the Ghost.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Ghost turn for Team Norway, and with that potential answer here for Team Donkey Hot, that is going to be pretty tricky, although we do now have a couple of minions that are going to be on the board as well.
Active 0-mana Handmaiden is quite spicy also here. Edwin getting destroyed by this prepped Bone Spike for even more mana to use on this turn. Just your casual 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards without spending a single point of mana on your turn yet. Find their own Draka, not going to be playable this turn.
You know, definitely not playable this turn.
Ghost is getting big.
Yeah, that Ghost is getting big. We do have the Bone Spike into the Concoction, though, to clear off the current board. Oh, now Concoctor going to throw a wrench in that a little bit.
Yeah, Double Concoctor's really good here just to make a wider board and dodge some of that destroy effect.
It is Haunted Conscience. Yeah, look at you. Now you remember.
Yeah, he Googled it.
He Googled it. All right, so now what is the play here with this Mailbox Dancer? Obviously, we want to get the Draka going, but we don't have the clean clear we were hoping for. We have the Serrated Bone Spike to maybe find.
Yeah, you do
the Potion Belt.
You do the turn that you're always going to do with Dancer and the steps first.
Oh, another
Probably
Bone
would have
Spike.
wanted to play that Door of Shadows a little earlier, just in case of finding another step or Shadow of Demise.
We did get the double Serrated Bone Spike, so now the odds are a little bit better. 50-50 here to clear off the Haunted Conscience, and it does.
What a snipe.
That is going to be huge here. Has the Potion Belt to finish things off as well. Could have actually found.
Bricked on card draw.
Yeah, just double Discover
double
here.
Hazy.
Why not? We have a giant weapon here. Should deal with things pretty quickly.
I thought maybe we would have seen damage on that other pick instead of double Hazy there.
Yeah, the damage would have set up the lethal here if this board is cleared right now.
But there were a lot of actions on that turn. It's hard to.
It just gets
of course, double Hazy is always lethal.
Double Hazy is always lethal. On the other side of things, gonna have to try to hope that you can stay alive here. Stenographer maybe has to come in to hand here to try to clear off some of this board. We have the Astalor as well. Get a coin from the Dancer.
It's a big moment of desperation here for
really
Team Norway. There's no healing. There's no taunts. There's no armor gain until turn 8, and you're dead before then in almost every case. Maybe there are some hazy outs that you could generate, but they removed a minion before Putricide. I don't know if there's any realistic way to
we
find a way out.
Have 4 mana here, or 5.
Just opponents at 28, so you're just not quite doing enough.
Yeah, this is not going to be enough. Right now, though, still technically alive. And what did we manage to do there at the end?
Did they? Oh, they got their own Draka. They got
did
it off.
get the Draka. Wow, I thought we were 1 mana short.
Actually, no. This is great. They could.
Oh, wait. Are we not 1 mana
Oh,
short?
did they? Oh, I thought
Yeah,
they had enough there.
we were
Oh,
1
okay.
mana short. Yeah, I was confused, but yeah, 1 mana short there, unfortunately, and that is going to be the game. Well, actually, it's not necessarily. Let's see what this concoction does. Draw some cards.
It was always lethal anyway.
Oh. Astalor,
It was always lethal
always
anyway.
lethal.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter.
Didn't matter. Team Donkey Hot moving on in exciting fashion here. Team Norway, unfortunately, 1 mana short from that Draka. Wouldn't have mattered, though. And the Rogue wins it here. Rogue beats Rogue. And Team Donkey Hot is going to move on. Really good showing here from Team Norway. Well played. Really close matchup. But that is going to be our first top 4 Team Donkey Hot making it there, and no other update here on the bracket for the other matches, so we'll keep you tuned on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit up L Gang versus All Pretty Mid ETs, just since they are possibly in Game 3, and so that way we can try to get another full match in.
Alrighty.
Sounds good. I'll jump in there as well and just spectate, see where we're at in the game between those two.
Yeah, let's see if I have them. Mr. Tuna Op, please. Can you post the?
Yeah, I will in a second. Give me. I knew. It's okay. Give me 1 second to catch up.
Who am I spectating for each is a question I also have.
I believe it's Stinzy and Waluigi time.
It is no, for the L Gang is I believe Lemur, right? Is it not Lemur?
Oh, that's right. I was looking at Lean Lovers and Brown.
So they just ended Game 3. They're going into Game 4. It is 2-1 the L Gang.
L Gang, Lemur versus
Pretty mid.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Lemur versus Nobody, I believe.
Nobody.
Yeah. Nobody will probably not accept your friend request.
Nobody won't.
Because they didn't want to accept. It's only a joke from yesterday because they didn't accept ours for the longest time, but that's okay. They were in the middle of a tough match. All right, so viewers at home, we're gonna try to get into this game here. Ignore all things that you see on screen that say Donkey Hot and Team Norway for the moment.
Another quick score update to Brown Alumni Esports just got a Game 4 victory over Lean Lovers, and they are headed to a Game 5.
Game 5's all around.
As we head into this Game 4 between L Gang and All Pretty Mid ETs. Mage v DK.
Yeah, so this Mage is the last deck for L Gang. I am unsure what All Pretty Mid ETs won on yet.
Right, their Warlock was banned, so either their Rogue or Shaman got through, but we are not certain.
All right, yeah, so it is going to be DK versus that Mage, and this is another Ping Mage, actually. So, Ping Mage coming into the tournament, making a name for itself.
And this Frost Death Knight for All Pretty Mid ETs is one of the older versions, which we haven't seen quite as often in this tournament. The Pheno minion build has been very popular lately, but this one has still some early game irritating minions like that Trog.
Yeah, you'll have to tell me what they have in hand. I don't have them at the moment.
Currently, the hand is the Saurian Construct Quarter, which is coming down right now, a
there
Frost
it is.
Strike, and a Bone Breaker that just got picked up.
Yeah, and saying, I don't need this. Oh, oh, never mind. It does give you the Frost Belt. Destroy, sorry, of course.
And the Frost draw is Frostworm's Fury, which can be huge for the late game. Out comes a freeze from the L Gang here. Team's moving quick. You love to see it.
Yeah, real quick. I don't know if they got a late start or if they're just weren't playing this quick in the earlier matches.
They did start late, a little late.
Okay, I'm just moving, playing this fast and then being the furthest behind is like not computing in my brain. That makes sense. All right, they're slowing it down now though. Team L Gang doing some thinking here. This turn a little bit more complex. Has the Dawn Grasp pretty early to be using that. Reckless Apprentice not going to be doing enough. Another Nightcloak Sanctum available. We can definitely get rid of this Trog now, although we're not in need of too many spells this turn.
The mana is a bit awkward on this turn.
Yeah.
I don't mind floating one, though. Freezing a minion, clearing out the Trog. Just taking it a little bit slower and pacing the match. Top decked Chill Fallen Baron for nobody, and all pretty mid ETs. Might just be seeing that come down. Also holding a Glacial Advance, Frostworm's Fury, Bonebreaker, and Frost Strike. Out comes the Bonebreaker, clear up one of these skeletons. Perhaps we see the Frost Strike deal with the other. There's also a cheeky option to press the button, go face, and use your location on that charger as a way to control board a little bit more.
Yeah, that's certainly an option here. Going to go with the Frost Strike.
Probably just being really careful with how that death rattle goes on the skeleton before making that choice. Gets offered a Lady Death Whisper off of the Frost Strike and grabs it. Can come in really clutch in the late game. And does in fact blow up that charger. We got a bunch of beefy boys on this side.
Yes, quite some beefy boys. We finally have a wildfire here to upgrade this hero power to start moving things along. But not going to be enough to deal with this board. So going to choose to freeze one of these monstrosities. Looks like we're aiming at the less healthy one. I guess that means we're going for Dawn Grasp here to remove it. Is that the...
We haven't played a frost spell here either, right? So multicaster would only draw one if they played a wildfire. Also makes things clunky.
Yeah, I think they're discussing a Dawn Grasp here with the freeze maybe to clear some stuff off. Alternatively, we could freeze the other monstrosity, set up the Reckless Apprentice next turn to potentially deal with more of these. Looks like that is the direction we're going to go.
Did you hear me, Ron? And my Anadon? All pretty mid.
What'd you say?
One with Rogue. So their one win was with Rogue, so they have DK and Shaman left to beat this
Okay,
mage.
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. And we also have an update. Lean Lovers have taken it 3-2 over Brown Alumni Esports. So Lean Lovers moving on. Brown Alumni Esports end their tournament here with a little bit of a little bag of money here to walk home with. So not too bad, but definitely a great showing there by them this tournament. Lean Lovers, congrats on moving on to the top four. We have two of our top four teams now, and we may see the next one here after this match.
We may indeed.
Yeah, the winner of this will play Team Donkey Hot, and then the winner of Hype Horizon and RIT Black should play Lean Lovers. So, as an update to those at home who are curious. And for because I know he doesn't know how brackets work.
All right, so now we do have that setup working out here with the Reckless Apprentice, able to clear off a decent amount. With that Nightcloak Sanctum, able to potentially clear out more. Do we use that first here on one of these 4/3s? That the Thessarian could go off on the skeleton, which would potentially clear another thing. So yeah, that is going to be the case.
Yeah, I like that as the lead. Very dangerous board still, especially with that Lady Death Whisper and an unknown quantity of frost spells in hand that may set up the kill. Thessarian loves to smork. He's always going face. It's what he does all tournament long. He just ignores board and goes face.
Yeah, I guess the question is, yeah, it looks like we're going to just double trade here. I'm surprised we played the Sorceress first. I thought we wanted to increase the odds of the Skeleton getting hit, but maybe we just don't want to get hit in the face.
Thessarian loves to smork. He always goes face.
Always goes face, double Glacial Advance.
And it's enough.
And that is going to be it with the double Icy Touch to finish things off. The lady doing it for him. The Death Whisperer.
4 extra damage from Thessarian, ignoring board, gave essentially the exact lethal to all pretty mid ETs. And what game are we headed for now, Tuna?
Game 5. All pretty mid ETs on the Shaman, trying to take down the L-Gang's Mage. Let's see who gets the battle Donkey Hot in the top 4.
That's going to be almost all of these, potentially all of the top 8 matches going to Game 5 right now. We had the Lean Lovers win it 3-2. We had Donkey Hot win it 3-2. Now we're going into Game 5 here. Someone's going to win it 3-2. Hype Horizon versus RIT Black is 2-1 right now. Could certainly tie it up, though. We don't know what's going on there. And go into a Game 5 as well. We'll see. But right now, our third Game 5 of the top 8.
What more could you ask for than Game 5s across the board? You love to see it. The pressure is on. L-Gang with the Mage. They do start off with Wildfire in the mulligan. On the other side, you see all pretty mid ETs has a Null, and they're on coin, and they have a 1-mana Evolve card. The Dream is alive.
Oh, wow. I'm not able to see any of that, but I'll take your word for it. Maybe we'll see that quick evolve.
They're
finally.
not going to add you.
To be fair,
they're not going to add you.
They're fully focused. You know, it's Game 5.
No.
Like,
I don't want to distract them.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, come on.
You sounded a little salty, you know.
No, not at all. I just can't do my job.
But you know,
by the way,
Black,
Mayan, I have news for you.
Uh-oh.
They did it.
Piranhas?
You'll see it in just a moment from now. Schooling is in hand. The turn to evolve in Game 5 is coming.
Wow,
Piranhas.
and that's one way to potentially go into the top 4. Finally, I mean, not a bad hand here for the L-Gang, but not going to answer that very, very scary evolve that should be coming.
Yeah, absolutely. A great start for the Mage. You have a 3-mana Cold Case to play. You've already played a Wildfire, but here it comes.
Here it is.
The bad news. What's the evolve going to be? The options are Jailer, Gigantotem, and Localar. I see a Wind Fury.
Mm-hmm. Wind Fury is pretty nice.
Mino, what do you see right now? You enjoying the back of their cards?
You know, it's a solid card back.
Yeah?
Not my favorite, but it's a good one.
And just a brutal situation for the L-Gang to face off here. This is our tournament 1 seed. Doesn't matter too much in a round of Swiss, but they did go 5-1 throughout the tournament, taking the number 1 spot, playing the team that got the number 8 seed, and backs against the wall.
And what a way to potentially get taken out by just the high roll, evolve, getting it on. I mean, didn't get the biggest, baddest thing, but a Wind Fury is pretty difficult to deal with. Solid Alibi in hand could slow things down for a turn or two, but need to answer this.
I say we likely see triple Piranha get played with an attempt at clearing both of these skeletons. Try to save the Localar. There's not a whole lot of other options. They did pick up another Schooling, and there is 2 convincing disguises in hand, both currently at Infuse 4. The last card in hand is the Wildpaw Cavern, which would be a likely turn 4.
Yeah, we'll see. All pretty mid ETs making some choices here. Does end up going with the Piranha Swarmers. We got a couple orange boys and a yellow guy.
Where does the random death rattle hit?
Ooh, and able to
hits the
survive
Localar.
that.
But the other one does not.
We can clear this, and I think that's gonna be the case here. Do not want to leave
absolutely.
that up. And still
There's a
into
way
here
to
for
stop
L-Gang.
16 incoming. You're gonna
Yes,
take
thank
that
you.
choice. And now the real game can begin. You know, the L gang just had to take 12 real quick before any other things. I mean, more than that, but they got the armor gain too. Out comes the cavern, and we both sides can kind of take a deep breath, refocus.
Yeah,
The game
Multicaster
is no
did
longer
play
over.
Wildfire and the Cold Case are getting 2 draws here. Oh, 3 draws, excuse me.
Yeah, Arcane Bolt
What else
too.
did we?
For the
Oh,
arcane
we played.
spell.
Oh, right. I
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
forgot. Yeah. There you go.
And a big top deck for all pretty mid ETs, getting a command of Neptulon right on turn 5. You know that's coming down, and really helps keep the pressure on.
Yeah, pressure is very much on. We do have a 3 attack hero power, but that's not going to be enough here. Could Arcane Intellect here to try to find...
Yeah, I think you always AI,
Yeah.
you hope that you get a Reckless.
Okay.
No Reckless, but Flurry is useful. There's an option to Solid Alibi now, or keep waiting a little bit since there's now a way to chip away some of the board and stall.
Yeah, do you ever... I don't know if you want to use this Frozen Touch here. I mean, you can ping off the 5-2.
It hurts to have it at Infuse 1.
I know.
Because you can technically, yeah, you can make sure that none of this board hits your face and you don't use an alibi. You just have to sacrifice the infinite charges on Frozen Touch.
Yeah, maybe not worth it here. We'll see what the L Gang decides. Tough choice indeed.
And just FYI, again, the hand for all pretty mid ETs is Schooling, Double Infuse, Convincing Disguise, and a Brucon.
Update for you guys. Hyper Horizon took down RIT Black 3-1. So this is our final match of top 8.
So no game 5 in that one, but Hyper Horizon take it. That is going to be one of the top 4 matches decided. Hyper Horizon versus Lean Lovers going to be that top 4 match. And this one coming down to who's going to face off against Team Donkey Hot in the top 4 here.
Okay, and nicely navigated from the L Gang, deciding it's not worth it to try to save infinite charges. The game's not going that long. We gotta stay alive, and they get the minion on board too here, just to compete a little bit further, clear, and make sure there is nothing hitting them in the face on this turn.
Yeah,
But
they do have
up on the top deck.
Oh, very nice. They do have the intellect to try to find the Reckless this next turn, and once again, Piranha Swarmer is coming down though to deal with this Snow Flurry.
Well, as wide a board as possible and a Convincing Disguise. They have another one full infused, so these can get really big. Let's see what the random hits are.
They did get more grain, no battle cries, so.
And a turn before that Reckless Apprentice would have been perfect to deal with the situation at hand. Looks extremely rough for the L Gang. Normally you'd be thrilled to top deck a Reckless Apprentice doing 3 to the board and face, but not when the board kills you and survives all those pings.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a solid alibi this turn. Do you trade into this Blood Acolyte and knowing that and hoping that you get another Reckless Apprentice next turn and something else that can maybe deal with this the rest
Are
of the
there
board?
any other outs than just drawing the other Reckless?
Let me take a look at the list. Moradresh, next turn, top decking Moradresh could potentially.
More alibis, there you go.
More alibis are good. I mean, you have to play one here. It's just a question of what else you do. Trade ping into the 1/1. I don't know. Oh.
Yeah, this is so hard to determine what you do. So I don't mind that. Just get the 1/1 dead so Apprentice more effectively hits things. They led with the AI, of course, on that last turn to try to find a way to get their other Reckless or possibly Mordresh. Here on the top deck, a good draw in Prescience. There won't be board space for both 2/3s, but it doesn't matter. Maybe debating on whether or not to just play the muck pools and say we don't care about any summons from Prescience. And then they could take a random evolve on, say, something like a Patchwork, which is a very understated 7, into a potentially game-breaking 8. Who knows? It could be Tyrion. I don't know if any of that really matters when they have so much power on board, though.
Yeah, it's curious. I mean, do you just hold back here knowing that you have enough power and you don't want to give them more stuff to deal with? Although Prescience, you do want to draw into your deck if possible. Well, these are going to go face, deal some damage. This doesn't set up the 2-turn with the solid alibi, unfortunately. It's only 6 damage here.
Yeah, and keep in mind they are also holding Brucon in hand, so Piranha makes a little bit more sense to knock Snow Flurry down to a 2/2.
Sure.
Now, finally, the Prescience, and it draws Goldshire Knoll and Neptulon. On the other side, the L Gang has not found the cards they desperately need yet. They got one more turn to buy with Alibi.
Yeah, the Frostweave Dungeoneer and Alibi. I guess, do you need to draw your Frost spells to thin your deck, get Mordresh or a second Reckless here? I mean, Solid Alibi is always getting played. It's just a question of what else we're doing. We have another Flurry in deck, which could potentially help slow things down as well with the Nightcloak Sanctum in a Reckless next turn. I don't know. This is a tough one to navigate here.
Really is. If there's any chance, it's probably drawing the other Reckless, which they don't really have any control over. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Just throw down the Reckless, play the Alibi, cross your fingers.
Yeah, this will clear off another minion here with the ping. Are we 100% trying to set up is the question. No, so we are just going to clear off. So if we wanted to set up, I guess we always can ping with the second Reckless next turn to kill the Morgraine. But we got to find it here.
All right,
Gold
Knoll comes down. We get an evolve with the muck pools. Hand is Brucon, Neptulon, and a Farsight.
All right.
Just an irrelevantly massive minion again.
Yeah.
It would matter, though, if it was Mordresh or Reckless Apprentice, for what it's worth. That's big enough to dodge those. But as you can see, they don't have them.
Yeah, and Brucon will just do it with the Fireball, so that even if you were able to clear the board, the Brucon would have finished things off. And that means the L Gang is going to be taken out here by all pretty mid ETs. The Shaman finally getting that massive turn 2 into just big things into big things into big things. And that means all pretty mid ETs are going to be into Donkey Hot in the round of 4, or the top 4. And we have our top 4 teams.
Our top 4 is set. We've got all pretty mid ETs versus Donkey Hot and Hype Horizon versus Lean Lovers coming up.
And you will see both of those top 4 matches here on stream. The rest of the matches will all be played out here on stream, so get ready for back-to-back-to-back money matches.
What a start. They're all money matches, right?
Yeah, but the real money, matches.
The money matches.
Money matches.
Okay.
But yeah, we've had just an incredible start to this top 8. 3 of the matches went to 5 games. The other one went to 4 games. Just an absolutely incredible showing from our competitors so far. And very excited to see how the rest of this tournament's going to pan out. Who will come out on top? I know I picked Hype Horizon. Big surprise for my overall winner. But how about you, Mine? I don't think I heard your prediction.
I didn't give one, so that's why you didn't hear it. It's hard to deny Hype Horizon, the only match that didn't go to Game 5 as well. So a little bit more of a clear victory there from just today's standings, and these are our top 8 teams fighting against each other. So we'll see. I mean, I think it's hard to argue against that. If I had to go for a backup team, I'm enjoying Team Donkey Hot, so maybe they're my sleeper pick.
I love it.
All right, and we will. I believe we know which match we're going to get here on stream first. It will be Hype Horizon, the favorite here against Lean Lovers. Let me take a look. I haven't actually seen their deck list yet, so let me take a quick look.
Yeah, players are just waiting for me to catch stream up, and then we will get rolling ASAP. The other top 4 teams, I've already told them to go ahead and enjoy your hour off. We'll see you soon.
Exactly. They got a lot of time to think about the bans.
Yep.
Okay, so Hype Horizon has the Frost DK, Cockrogue, Phylactery Warlock, and Evolved Shaman. All right, so first Phylactery Warlock I've seen in this tournament myself. Definitely, people were considering it as a really powerful pick, then kind of fell out of favor, but still quite a powerful pick in the right hands.
Absolutely, I would trust it very much in these hands here.
And
We've
then on
got
the other side, what do
go
we
ahead.
got? No, tell me.
So the other side, we're looking at Lean Lovers bringing their, once again, Evolve Shaman, once again, Frost DK, Mindlock as well, and a Miracle Rogue.
That sounds to me like a mirror matchup, if I have ever seen one.
It does indeed. These are the same exact classes and decks throughout. I'm not sure we have any card differences, to be honest. I haven't dug so deeply into the list to know for certain, but essentially we have a pretty clear standout of what lineup seems to be the best performing.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. They look pretty much to be 120 for 120. Let me take a quicker. I guess it depends on the bands, obviously, or yeah, but let's see. Let's see here. It looks like the DKs are the same.
Yep, rogues are the
The
same,
rogues are the
down
same.
to the one mailbox dancer in each. I see no differences there. Sometimes you might see a mind lock difference, but I am also not seeing it. Card for card, identical. Last up, Shaman, card for card, identical.
It looks like it to me.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
hold on. Hold on.
Wait,
There
hold your
is a
horses.
difference
What
in
do we got?
Shaman. Hype Horizon runs 2 wind chills in their Shaman.
Oh.
There is
What's the replacement on the other side? Oh, it looks
no
like wind
Wild
chill.
Paw Cavern in
Yeah.
Hype Horizon's Shaman. No wind chills in Lean Lover's Shaman. They do run 2 Wild Paw Caverns, so very interesting. Slight deviation. That's all we're
So
seeing. These cards are
118 cards. The same.
These teams are very much on the same wavelength.
We'll see. I mean, depending on the
Bands
bands,
should
if we
be
see some.
arriving shortly. I gave the players the green light for everything, so I told them as soon as they ban, they can get going. So hopefully this top 4 starts soon.
Excellent.
Yeah, well, if we do see the Shaman bands, then we'll have a full mirror matchup, card for card.
It's true, and if we don't, we'll get to see will the choices of Wild Paw Cavern versus Windchill be relevant. Let's do it.
DK banned for Hype Horizon, Rogue banned for Lean Lovers.
Okay.
All right.
For those at home, Hype Horizon will be on the bottom, and Lean Lovers will be on top.
I like the Rogue ban, a nod to Rogue being the counter to MotLK. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lean Lover's just very worried about that Pheno Frost DK. The minion heavy Frost version been cleaning up lately.
Yeah, we've been seeing it cleaning up so far today as well. I don't know that we've seen that deck lose yet, actually. I think it won both times we've seen it. I don't think DK's lost today, actually. We also saw the Unholy DK not lose earlier, so DK really having a good showing today.
Absolutely is, and the players have started their game one. Let's jump in and see. We have Hype Horizon leading off with their Shaman, and the Lean Lovers are leading off with the Death Knight. We'll see if Death Knight continues its perfect performance on the day.
Does have the transmutation to start here and the coin for Shaman. Obviously, oh, and there's the null come in as well. So just need to find the
Yep, one card off of the Dream.
The piranhas here. That's not it. It's a good card, but that's not it.
Right, out comes Egg, followed by a Harbinger of Winter for the Death Knight. Just waiting on that top deck location to really go off. Hype Horizon, if they pass this turn essentially and just press the button, the option for a null coin evolve is there. You know they want to take it, so just a totem here.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. Carving Chisel not going to be doing enough there to be worth it. And yeah, we'll see that Goldshire Null evolve next turn. On the other side of things, though, double sidekick available. Here, power sidekick also an option.
Interesting hand. I mean, you can really beef up that Egg. Hit him in the face with a 4/2 Egg. I like it.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case here. That is a big egg. And we know it's got something a little foul under there as well.
Oh, wow, and the schooling picked up. It was a turn too late for the turn 2 Evolve Dream, but still a good play here. Gets the 1-mana null along with the Evolve. We'll see what the outcome is.
Yeah, options here for Team Hype Horizon 12-12. Sire Denathrius with the lifesteal, I think the top choices, but do we want the lifesteal or the stats into this board? I mean, you're already looking at 6 that could potentially run into the Denathrius. It's only healing you 4.
I kind of want the lifesteal though, because if you do take the stats, then they can ignore your minion and just go all face.
Sure.
They really wanted the Thaddeus, I'm sure, because they could have coined Glug if they had found a Thaddeus there, which would have been game-breaking. So funny to say that a 12-12 and a 10-10 lifesteal are the low roll outcome in this case. They do opt for just the stats though here.
Yeah, with
Max
the piranhas
pressure.
in hand, maybe the stats are okay. You're probably not getting too much heal, but like you said, they can kind of ignore your minion here, and there is Obliterate.
Wow, well,
Picked up
minion
off of the
pick
Vizier.
didn't matter at all. Active
Did
Vizier
not.
finds the perfect card.
Yeah, that's going to make this really tough here for the Shaman. We do have Muck Pool. Did not find the other Goldshire Null to try to maybe high roll once again. So that is going to be tricky. Could coin out the command to try to answer some of these. You're not dead yet on board to anything.
A roller coaster of a game already. Things looked amazing for Hype Horizon. Now things look bleak for Hype Horizon.
Yeah, that Vizier, just beautiful pickup there in the Obliterate, just in time. Could have asked for a better option there, and might be the game deciding card. We'll see what Hype Horizon decides to do here.
There's an option for coin Command of Neptulon, as well as just going wide with Piranhas to try to clear. I don't feel like there are too many good choices outside of those two different lines of play.
Yeah, I guess the question is, what are we thinking about next turn if we do the Command of Neptulon this turn? We are limiting ourselves to 4 mana next turn, but just needs to fight for the board as much as possible. Going to use that command here, remove some of the threat, and have a decent board here. Although this Frost Strike gonna just answer.
Frost Strike is extremely strong here, especially with the weapon to clear up the other 5/2. Ooh, Thessarian.
Yeah, Thessarian pretty good here.
Not playable right now, though, which does make a huge difference. Thessarian's definitely the pick if they had 4 mana available to spend on this turn, but they did not, so pick the playable one. Keep sending pressure. Man, that egg is doing work.
Yeah, that egg is going ham here. Piranha's available to try to once again answer some of this board, but this foul egg just being real tough to deal with right now.
Yeah, the Piranhas can finally deal with the egg and the foul that it spits out if Hyper Horizon chooses to. It's still a bit of a mana awkward turn. I guess you could also play that in Muck Pools and maybe even evolve the last 1/1 Piranha and hope. But Death Knight is very far ahead. So things looking great for Lean Lovers at the moment.
Yeah, Lean Lovers potentially going to take an early lead here in this top 4 matchup. All right, still discussing this turn here. Looks like it's going to be the triple Piranha into the Muck Pools. Will we evolve one of these just to try to fight for this board a little bit better? Are we getting a 2-drop? Nope, we're just going to hold.
All right, out comes Lethal on the other side. It's a Pyroblast.
Lethal
Manipulator.
Pyroblast. Mara Manipulator on 6, going to take it, and the DK remains undefeated on stream today. Finds a win here. And yeah, I mean, maybe a little nod as to why they banned Hyper Horizon's DK, but now gonna have to take down the Shaman and the Warlock there. Hyper Horizon with all 3 decks remaining.
Just foot on the gas pedal for that Death Knight the entire game. And I mean, the game changed, of course, on that one play, the Vizier finding the perfect discover. We're in for a very different game without that, but DK just showing its power, especially in its limited discover pool. Now we're on to a favorable for Hyper Horizon, the Miracle Rogue matching up against that Mind Lock for the Lean Lovers. However,
yeah, this is that matchup I think they were looking for here with the Rogue.
What's that card we see in the Mind Lock hand?
Yeah, the Mithril Rod is in the hand, along with the Scourge Supplies is a really good combo, and yeah, that's
it's power versus power right now. We've got the weapon for all the discounts, and on the other side, it's Dancer, Step, Coin, Draka. This game could get spicy real fast.
Yeah, that Mailbox Dancer is going to be huge here in combination with the Draka. Just going to start off with the Potion Belt. What options do you take in this matchup, would you say, for the Rogue?
Maybe
what are you really
damage.
looking for? Yeah.
Either damage or hazy. I don't think we care about the minion summon.
No draw
Hazy
yet.
Gaming, double hazy.
Yeah, double hazy might have to be the play, potentially.
They can't resist.
Some extra buff on the Draka as well. Some random stuff. I mean, who doesn't like random stuff?
I thought maybe we'd be seeing burn for post Draka. They did have the option of 6 damage for 3 mana.
Another Shadow Step.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Math. Someone do this. How soon, how big, and how soon can we get this Draka down? Do we wait one more turn? I mean, we wait one more turn.
You have to wait one more turn.
Yeah, you can't really go off yet.
No, yeah,
I mean, you technically,
mana,
I think you'd have 1 mana, and then this would generate what
3
coins for you.
3 coins.
So you could actually play the Draka. But I'm not sure
But
it's worth actually going for the Draka right now because it's all you can do,
yeah,
especially
mixed
with
concoction here.
hazies,
Ooh,
cheap
and getting
cards.
some cheap cards. I mean, this is gonna be a big Draka this next turn. Vitality Surge could draw a minion that can be played as well if we find the Stenographer.
And also the timing of this, you know that the turn they want to play Rod, of course, is turn 5. So if your turn 4 happens to be right before they want to play the Rod, it will dissuade them from doing it, which hurts the MotLK dramatically in its ability to close out games faster. On the MotLK side, they're just setting up. They've got a Rod in hand. Things seem perfectly fine from their end right now.
Yeah, I need to make some space here soon, but yeah, so gonna use the Shallgrave heal, make some space. I'm assuming
They also get a minion
we have
off
to
the
do
board
this.
for Rogue to interact with for a pop-off turn, but it won't make a difference in this case. Out comes
Ooh,
Vitality Surge to lead.
interesting. Is there a way to get this concoction and the Alchemist and everything else? I don't think so.
Not without a prep. Well,
Yeah.
there's a Gone Fishing, so they might be able to find that.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting with the Gone Fishing to potentially do
Gone
that.
Fishing prep would be insane. They didn't
not
find it.
Concoctor, is that playable though? No.
Door Shadows, I think, is still playable this turn with the Draka. Well, not if they want a Void Shard. Maybe they want a Void Shard instead. Well, that could be held. Probably better to Door Shadows.
Yeah, let's see what the
they don't have
choice.
extra mana for.
Oh, they didn't have the extra.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
exactly 5.
I mean, you just spend all the coins first, and then you see how much mana do I have left. Can I do any more? Okay.
All right, 12-3 dagger is going to be pretty good here. And there is a little bit of heal on the other side, but not going to be enough at the moment. Can we afford? We can't afford to ruin Mythal Rod here, so
No, that would be game over.
that would be dead.
They would be dead.
So do we waste the Tamsin here? Maybe we just don't need to get the double combo off the Tamsin. Maybe one is going to be enough, and we just need to stay alive, right? Maybe the
I mean, the biggest problem is that there's 24 damage incoming over the next 2 turns, and no discounts, hardly any way to deal with this. MotLK is essentially doomed, which is why this is such a favorable matchup for Rogue. That weapon's way too big. There are, I don't know, maybe you have to try to Tamsin, get a little bit of extra healing. Even then, it's so minimal.
Yeah, really not going to be enough. So going to Grimoire here to clear off the board and hold on to the Tamsin, hoping we can get something going the following turns.
Coining out the Scourge supplies for more draw. Try to find some measure of comeback resources. None of these help.
Yeah, that's just going to be it.
Game.
We did see the Void Shard and the Astor are going to do it. And that is going to be the Rogue taking it here. So both of the banned classes on the opposite sides getting the first wins. Rogue banned for Lean Lovers and the DK band for Hyper Horizon. Both of those getting those wins on the opposite sides. And now we have the Shaman Warlock mirror matchup here remaining for both of these teams, and just the difference in those 2 cards on either Shaman being the card difference here between these 2 teams.
Absolutely. Very interesting setup for our next potentially few games. A very quick game 2 to even up the series, and game 3, what do you do facing a full mirror? Flip a coin?
Flip a coin.
All right, Warlock or Shaman, heads or tails? Here we go.
Here we go. Are we going to get a mirror match? Or are we going to see opposite choices here? And it is going to be the opposite choice here. The Hyper Horizon going with the Shaman. Lean Lovers going with the Warlock.
Hey, it's a Mithril Rod again in hand. They loved seeing that to start the last game. until they were dead if they played it. Surely it won't happen this time. Rod in hand, you love to see that. Might even be a full keep because the Mistress on 1 enables the Scourge supplies to be played to fill up the hand. On the other side of things, you might want to hold that until after the rod.
Okay, Null and Transformation in hand. We are Piranhas away once again.
One card off of the Dream. Can they do it for turn 2?
Nope.
No
That
luck
ain't
this
it.
time.
So just gonna slow things down. We know pretty much what both teams are gonna be thinking here. The first few turns, Tiny Toys, good pickup, but not what you need right now. So gonna just hero power here, set up that Null, blazing next turn with the coin.
Right, and Warlock has found the tempo start with the Fiendish Circle if they choose, going with the Scourge supplies instead to load up on the hand.
Yeah, a couple of decent options here to toss in this matchup. Gonna be the Drain Soul though. Most expensive one.
Right, the moment we're waiting for. Null Evolve.
Null Evolve coming down into Oppressions the following turn.
Thaddeus not as impressive this turn. Still would be a good pick regardless though.
Yeah, we still haven't seen a Thaddeus in these options today.
Surely it'll show up. No
Nope.
Thaddeus.
No Thaddeus.
General is quite good though.
Yeah, General
also,
is quite good.
Stats. Denathrius is a little bit better statted. I'm not sure you're entirely concerned about the Death Rattle, but it is certainly the most powerful card. You're deciding between Sire and Stoneborn, and it just is based off of the Mindlock's removal toolkit. Can they deal with this 10-10? Because 10-10 sticking and hitting more obviously would further your game plan a bit more than that General.
Yeah, it is tricky for them to deal 10, especially this early. And you did see them lose one of their ways to deal with at least some of that damage.
But the choice just too strong. Not only do you have to deal with the 8/8, you got to deal with another 8/8 once you deal with the first one. So General still winds up being the pick, the overall more powerful card of the two. Mindlock, on the other hand, still a turn away from this rod, now facing down a lot of power.
Yeah, forced to just try to play out this Fiendish, clear out the hand a little bit. I mean, Grimoire not doing anything, Touch not doing anything here. So yeah, Prescient's probably going to come down on the other side. I don't think we're feeling under enough threat even to a turn 5 Bloodlust with these. And there's the Rod, yeah. But as we're kind of waiting, it's taking a lot of damage, and I mean, could the Denathrius have been the difference? Let's see, we would have been at 20.
Well, there's a Glug. Vol'jin and Glug in hand with this 2/3. The debate maybe is, do we clear off the one singular imp to try to deny some card draw, or push 2? Doesn't seem super relevant to push the 2, so I like the trade, and there's a Glug.
There's a Glug, and this is going to be very difficult to deal with. That is presenting lethal, and then some on board Scourge supplies. Is it going to be enough here to find something? What could it be? We need to clear off this Glug before we really...
Yeah, I mean, they get the full discounts. They've got a Sheep in hand.
A Sheep, Touch, Grimoire, I guess. You have to use all of that.
It takes too much.
Tamsin getting tossed, saying, never going to play you. So going for another draw here, one away from even more discounts. Could Hero Power get the discount, which I think is probably... oh no, we can't because we got to play something first. You touch the Glug? Oh, just free Null, sure. Gotta be moving fast here.
It's looking brutal for the Warlock. I don't see any way out of a lethal at this point. There's just far too much.
Oh, Grimoire first there. Do we get enough damage? Oh, here we go. Okay. Did we get enough off here? How much are we surviving? I mean, there's a way to kill the Glug before the Grimoire, right? If we had used the touch and...
Well, I mean, they did get out of lethal from board, so that was nicely done. Unfortunately for them, there is a chisel in hand, which means they just could never stop it. That's exact lethal, and we are headed to a game 4 as Hyper Horizon picks up the Shaman victory.
Yeah, I need to look at that turn again for the Warlock later on and see if there was a better way to get some more clear there. I'm not sure. That was a really tough one and not enough time. But yeah, like you said, that Shaman taking the win, and that is one game away from Hyper Horizon moving in to the finals. So really, really quick 2-1 so far. Now the Warlock remaining. Do you think we're going to see Lean Lovers switch to the Shaman, try to get a win that way? Or are we going to see that Warlock mirror to try to finish things off?
I mean, they started with Warlock 2 games in a row. In both games, they had Rod in their opening hand, and in both games, it just didn't matter at all as they just got completely beat down. If they're feeling a little down on Warlock at the moment, maybe they switch it up, or you just say, hey, it's got to win anyway. Let's just keep going. I think they're tired of playing Warlock for the moment, so we'll see the Shaman v Warlock right back on the other side, and Lean Lovers will be hoping to set up that Game 5 mirror.
Yeah, not the hand so far that you'd want for the Shaman to get things started. Warlock also missing that key card.
Yeah, definitely a full mulligan from the Shaman side. From the Warlock side, perhaps you keep Scourge supplies?
Yeah. Oh, no. Decides not to go in full mult, trying to get the real powerful cards. Not able to find the best ones, but Goldshire Knoll could potentially come into play.
All right, so very clunky draws now on both sides. Shaman just going to have to lead off with a hero power, but we've seen before Farsight.
Yeah, Farsight into Glug.
Sometimes it's a turn 4 Glug.
Naval Mine coming down early, just get it. That death rattle going. Primordial Wave not what you want to see. Let's see what this Farsight's able to find, though.
I mean, Wave actually is
Just to
a
remove the Naval
real
Mine.
consideration to deal with one of the mines, but I don't think it really matters. You know there's another one. One is all they need. You don't really have to.
Oof. Not the discount you wanted there. Only getting 1 discount on the muck pools. Yeah, hard to do it on the first naval mine when it just gives away that they know they have to remove the other one as they play it. So,
Pretty sure we're gonna throw
Drain
back
Soul.
a Drain Soul here.
Yeah, just which one I guess is the choice. Which one are you?
Left or right?
Yeah,
The
left or
one.
right drain. Yeah, which one you're going for the left? I'll go for the middle Drain Soul then. The right drain. Oh, you're right. Dang.
Experience casting here. I just knew the left was going to be
The
the
left
pick.
one was going. All right, prescience on 4 is not bad.
There's a good chance to draw Knoll here. I think you just want to throw down that prescience every time and try to set up for a Knoll on the following turn.
Yeah, they are
They're
considering
very
that Primordial
tempted
Wave,
to just
but...
transform this mine, but they're going to keep waiting.
Yeah, there is the Null, so we will have that Null available next turn. And the Glug did not find it off of the far side, unfortunately. But we can Null evolve next turn, so we have that going. There's the Rune Mithril just in time. Coin it out. Yeah, come on.
Incredible. Just skill gaming right here. Top deck Rod on turn 4 with coin. You see that they wanted the wave though, so this was the setup from the other side. 2-mana Null, wave transforms the mine, which can be huge. And speaking of huge, that's a Thaddeus.
That is a Thaddeus. No way to take advantage this turn, unfortunately, with all those juicy 1 costs. Oof. We will get a 1 cost Tiny Toys though next turn.
Pretty unlikely for a clear of Thaddeus though.
No. All right. No real good draw engine yet until we get Dreadlich Tamsin next turn. So
Is
this
there a
kind of
way
a
that this Banshee ruins the phylactery turn?
I wonder
If they have too many Death Rattles die? Does
Uh,
Horizon have to be careful of this?
Sheep and Mine and Banshee would be the Discover options. I think
Yeah,
you're
as
fine.
as long as they don't let the one drop die, the one that heals 4. I forget her name.
Oh, the
I wonder
Mistress.
Mistress.
yeah.
Yeah, they just can't play Mistress.
Yeah, something they got to keep an eye out for because I
But
know
yeah,
for me, I discovered this Mistress and Sheep and not my mind.
very, very good spot there. It can definitely muck things up quite badly for Hype Horizon.
Yeah, that's if we get to that point, which it's gonna take some doing here. Explosive Sheep, not gonna clear off the Thaddeus, but able to clear off everything else. And yeah, that is going to be a 1-cost Tiny Toys. No way to evolve all of them though. We do not. We just use the Primordial Wave, and we don't have any other mass AoE or
You can
evolve.
try to start with a Farsight just to
Yeah.
see what it finds. It doesn't really matter what it hits with its own discount because Thaddeus will be flipping its polarity if it's even. And I think he takes into account base costs of cards for even odd, not what they've changed to.
Correct.
If the Knoll example holds true.
Correct. No, that's true. Yeah. It's base cost, not like null where it like reduces itself.
All right, this is going to start with the Tiny Toys.
Tiny Toys coming down.
Pools available.
They do have a Muck Pools. I mean, there's still Farsight. I think I would like to see Farsight get played here. Maybe they're just thinking it might be a Command of Neptulon turn. Vol'jin's gonna pull the Glug.
We don't really have much room for those minions, but it doesn't matter too much, I suppose. Ooh.
Aw,
Oh no, this genius.
Look at Lil Glug.
Because Elder Nadox will revive Thaddeus and Savage if McBanterface or Hype Horizon can clear the board.
Good point, yeah. Elder Nadox can weaponize Thaddeus and create a very powerful lethal.
But it looks like it is going to just clear off this board. The Tamsin able to get it done.
Thaddeus, Lil Glug, and crew have all been dealt with. We're on to
I was wondering about using that Glug there last turn. I mean, we had quite a lot of pressure. And I don't know. That's tough. That's a tough choice.
Yeah, on the Shaman side for Lean Levers, it's just a really unfortunately structured Thaddeus. You're always happy to hit Thaddeus, but just the way that the hand was when it came down, they didn't have enough mana for all their super powered odd cards, and then on the next turn they didn't have enough even cards.
Yeah, just the Tiny Toys really to take advantage of it. And we didn't see, I mean, the Farsight could have made a difference. We didn't get to see that come out. So I'm curious if that would have been a determinant there in potentially a different trajectory here for this game. But right now, still putting the pressure on. But Hype Horizon seemed to have weathered the biggest part of the storm.
Absolutely, and we see that there's a Dreadlich Tamsin in hand, which is massive for a lot of ways to stave off damage.
Yeah, we are using all of our evolves here, just trying to put that pressure in. So far, not the best results. I mean, gaining one health on one
may have been
health
looking
minus
for
one.
Undead minions as well, but couldn't find any undeads to make that Nadox do any additional damage. Things look great for the Mindlock at this point.
Yeah, I just need to be able to play a minion here with the Grimoire. Would be nice to clear off 2 of these. And there is a minion. And that's going to be a full clear option here with the Wicked Shipment Grimoire and the Touch. I believe we still have enough to get our combo off, right?
There's already Fiendish Circle
Yeah.
for the next turn to flood the board. Yeah, this looks good. Also, there's not a mine in the bin yet because the first one was transformed.
That's right.
Combo is not a possibility until that mine shows up.
Yeah, but that is, like we said, the storm weathered here for Hype Horizon. This could be the win for them if the Shaman here for the Lean Lovers it's going to need to find something.
Yeah,
fast.
You've got a Wild Paw giving you a little bit of additional pressure, but MotLK-NAXX already gone up to 25.
Ooh, there's a Devourer too. That's going to be plenty of damage when we do
More
find
discounts
that
and
mine.
draw.
Cannot play that Mistress. Still 14 cards in the deck, so there is, how many of those are rifts though? I think we've found one rift and we played the Hero Power, so we still have 3 rifts, right, in the deck?
Yes.
So 11 cards left you have to get through.
Just Knowles coming down now for the counter pressure, knowing opponent has very little in the way of cards in hand to fight back.
Ooh, Tiny Toys, a pickup here that could make a difference. What is, Infectious Ghoul?
You really want that Infectious Ghoul to survive so you can
Yeah.
Nadox it. You probably want to keep your taunt up, and then you just hit, I guess, any Storm Coil.
Sure. Any it is, and gets the Battle Master. Not going to do enough here.
They
Could get
can
a
clear a
Taunt Totem.
Knoll. They have 2 chances at Taunt Totems to help protect the Infectious.
Oh, there is one. If you Hero Power first, isn't that better odds at getting? Because you can get the same totem off of the Carving Chisel, right? So you could have gotten, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess Hero Power second technically is correct. Very, very small little technical play, but could have mattered. Didn't in this case.
Yeah.
All right, we're hitting all the rifts. A Grimoire of Sacrifice again is huge for the board. It's also a very necessary card for the combo in many situations. They do have the Shallow Grave for the Devourer, so a Grimoire could be expendable here, and obviously makes a big difference on the board.
What is taking so long?
Yeah, and we have that Naval Mine finally as well, which we could use the Grimoire on.
Oh, maybe there's a lethal here.
Yeah, there might be. Yeah, if you just Naval Mine
yeah, there's
here,
probably a lethal.
There must be. Yeah, they're doing it. It must be there. How do we... Oh yeah, there you go.
Minion trades, the Ghoul will come out of that, and then you can trade again. Put all these Death Rattles on the Devourer, and Shallow Grave it. Very nicely done.
Very, very nicely done, and taking the win here. And we have our first finals team here in Hype Horizon. The favorite does make it to the finals. Who will they face in that final match? We'll find out in this next match here between Donkey Hot and All Pretty Mid ETs that's going to be coming up shortly. But wow, really lightning fast game there. I feel like we just finished the round of 8, and now, boom, Hype Horizon takes it over Lean Lovers. Really well fought, but Hype Horizon just showing off their strength and winning that nearly 120 for 120 mirror match.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think the choice of Wind Chill or Wild Paw Cavern actually did wind up coming into play there at all as a difference maker in the 118 card similar, but very, very well navigated by Hype Horizon throughout. Went down early and then just came blazing back. MotLK really struggled in those 2 games for Lean Lovers, but then Hype Horizon brought the MotLK and really did not, I think, have to face the same kind of pressures that Lean Lovers MotLK did, and it came out to pay off in the end for Hyper Horizon.
Absolutely. And that isn't the last you will see of Lean Lovers. You will see them in the third place match as well against the loser of this upcoming match. We'll be fighting for that difference in money there. Fourth place getting the 50, third place getting 70. So that's still up for grabs, but we do know one of our top two teams here. And yeah, I'm excited to find out who the next one will be.
Absolutely. We've got your backup choice in Donkey Hot as the potential advancer to the next round. And we also have Tournament 8 seed, the upset winner, all pretty mid ETs from the last round, going up against Donkey Hot. Let's take a look at these lineups.
Yeah, so we did already see both these lineups briefly. We didn't see all pretty mid ETs, but we did see Donkey Hot's lineup. Yeah, I mean, looking pretty similar. A few different choices again. It looks like we've got the debate, the ever going, growing debate of Wind Chill versus Wild Paw. Oh no, actually they both have Wild Paw. So all pretty mid ETs just cutting the Wind Chill for what? Carving Chisel. Oh, there's no Carving Chisel in Donkey Hot's list. Instead, we are seeing the and there's also Thaddeus in the All Pretty Mid ETs list instead of the Double Bloodlust. So a couple differences there in the Evolved Shaman, but both teams with Evolved Shaman, both teams with Cockrogue, both Cockrogues seem to be identical as well. And then that's where they kind of differ. We have Undead, we have the Frost with the aggression for Donkey Hot. And we have a different sort of older version of Frost there for All Pretty Mid ETs. And then Phylactery Warlock for pretty mid ETs and Ping Mage for Donkey Hot. So our final Ping Mage remaining, still holding strong. We'll see if Donkey Hot's able to take it to the finals or if that'll be the last Ping Mage here in the top 4.
Yeah, it's been doing well, and it got banned last round. We'll see if we get to get another look at Ping Mage on stream, or if it is also scaring the opposition and the ETs wind up taking that down as the ban. I would have to expect, though, given that ETs has brought a Mind Lock, they may be feeling the Rogue ban to protect the Mind Lock a bit further.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially if they were watching stream and saw how some of that was going earlier, maybe want to hedge their Phylactery Warlock a little bit.
What do you think we see from Donkey Hot as the ban on the ET side?
I could see either. I mean, it's an interesting, the old Frost list. So maybe they're less scared of it, thinking that the newer list is a little bit more consistent. So maybe we'll see the Shaman. I think it is going to come down to the DK or the Shaman, but I'm leaning Shaman this time around.
I like a Shaman ban as well, despite Shaman on occasion underperforming in this tournament. If the DK was the same DK as they had, I think I might lean towards the DK ban. But given that it's the older, slightly out of style list, they may be just leaning more towards, hey, let's deal with that Shaman. Also, wouldn't be totally surprised to see a Rogue ban on the other side, though. Rogue is very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. Still quite a powerful deck, especially in the right hands, as we've seen.
All right, bans are in.
Bans are in. No more debating.
What
do you think it is?
We just said what we thought.
We literally,
that's all we were talking about.
I have to update like a million things whenever we switch matches, so I've been distracted. It is double DK ban.
Double DK. So yeah, just saying. I don't care if your list is a little bit old. It's still a Frost DK. Let's get it out of here.
Yeah,
I'm a bit surprised ETs didn't ban the Rogue, but yeah, respect to DK all the way around.
I'm gonna give these players the green light, and we should be able to get going here shortly.
Sweet.
Amazing.
So, tournament stats, if we can see for the top 8, we've got a little bit so far on that. And Death Knight is sporting a 73% win rate out of 11 games. So maybe they just they took a look at those stats real quick and they're like, you know what, guys? Let's ban the highest win rate one. Shaman, by the way, 36% in 14 games in this top 8.
Wow. That
Shaman's
is surprising.
been taking some hits.
Shaman really has been taking some hits. I mean, today it's been doing okay, but even with some of the really powerful starts, it also took some losses today. So yeah, I mean, maybe there's something to be said. It's just one of those decks that feels bad to lose to, just because it's like, okay, you had the turn 2 crazy. Oh, and the player's in. Enough chatting. Let's see what we've got to get started here for these players.
Did you have nobody ever add you?
I did.
Hey, nice.
I did have nobody add me.
You asked for it.
Nobody's added me. Don't add me. No, you can add me. It's fine.
All right, we see the ping mage early, and we've got a mind lock on the other side. And once again, mind lock. That's a rod in hand.
Yeah, always find it before turn 5.
In literally every game that we've seen mind lock on stream, they've either had the rod in hand to start the game, or they just top deck it on turn 4 when they have coin.
All right, let's see if Ping Mage can do it here into the Warlock. I think probably the one matchup they were hoping to avoid.
A much tougher
mage.
match to win for the mage, given Mindlock's propensity to just go off and hit their combo lethal by turn 8, even 7 in a lot of cases, whereas mage needs a bit more time to send enough damage to get those lethals. And not a promising start from the mage either here. Meanwhile,
No.
the Mindlock kind of has everything they want.
Yeah, just looking at the hands so far, it's definitely feeling like this is an early start here for the Warlock and for team, all pretty mid ETs. Let's see though. I mean, second rod, not really what you want to be seeing, but
You don't exactly care about that
yeah,
one.
I think we're okay.
Donkey Hot does have the option to either lead off with an Arcane Intellect or maybe try to set up for a cheaper cold case. Doesn't look like that would be efficient mana-wise, so probably the draw.
What to do?
Okay, putting some pieces together.
Yeah, on the other side of things, let's see what team all pretty mid ETs decides to do. One turn away from that Mithril Rod.
Okay, trading the shipment. Maybe out comes a mine.
Yeah, I don't mind getting that online here, or at least on the board.
Oh my god, did you do that on purpose? Oh my goodness, my Anodon.
I don't do anything on purpose. It's all coincidental accidents that just work out.
Happy little accidents.
Happy little accidents. Happy little trees. All right, making a lot of, thinking pretty hard about this turn.
Yeah, there is a lot of setup that has to go into the decisions you make as Mindlock, but I'm not sure there's much to really debate on for this turn. You can't exactly tap because you'd burn a card, so you just want to toss something out. I guess that was the decision. Let's pressure them with a Null. That was the debate there, mine or early pressure.
I don't mind that.
He did it again.
Oh my god. You know what? I know what to do. Ron, get out of the booth. You're causing him to act weird.
There's an empty board here for the mage, so reasonable choice for the Null. There is an option for the mage now, though, to double Shivering Sorceress and Cold Case. A pretty decent pressure play.
Me tusks won't stop shattering. Tusks won't stop.
And that is going to be the direction for Team Donkey Hot. I don't think there's much
All right.
thinking
Do we
here.
debate on this one?
No debate this turn.
No debate. You guys, hear me out. I think we should coin the Ruined Mithril Rod.
Nah.
All right, Noel trades off one. And is there much to do for the mage side besides just play that Dungeoneer, try to hit a draw, and weaponize your skeleton a little bit?
The wails of these cowards
Nope.
chill.
Doesn't look like it. Ooh, interesting. Is the ping significant, or would you rather float the mana and get that ping a little bit stronger here?
I think you float the mana. You put it in the Savara as well for the next turn. You can just play your Savara and play another Wildfire. Or just ping, again, if you choose to. You have a hero card for turn 7 to scale it up even further. It's one of those situations where you're not sure anything you do matters because coin rod. And you're like, can we actually kill them fast enough for anything to make a difference? So they go mana efficiency here and ping.
Yeah, they're
See what
saying
the
we got to
Warlock
be efficient
does.
with our mana. They're about to have free things. They don't care about mana.
All right, a casual 10 mana discount. 9, I guess, when they throw that away.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Okay, has the impending catastrophe here as well to just get some more discounts, because why not?
Yeah,
That's a
it's
lot
just
of draw.
goes crazy with draw and discount again. They have now fully unnerfed the Ruined Mithril Rod in hand. Back to its
Could
original
you
on
imagine?
release
Oh my god.
mana cost.
How did that happen?
All right, and a full hand of cards needing to just dump one more. I'm sure you wouldn't mind this one getting played as well.
Yeah, debating. Looks like Drain Soul going to come out. Naval Mine as well. Yeah, with that Explosive Sheep on the board, that is a full clear. So I guess not really needing to trade into anything else, not really needing to do much of anything else here for all pretty mid ETs, just trying to get that setup going. We do have the Tamsin at 1. That's going to be nice. Another Room Mithril Rod. We're just kind of missing a couple of key cards and have ways to draw into them here.
Yeah, for the mage side, you need to keep up the pressure as much as possible in a situation that admittedly looks mostly hopeless now, with Warlock having done so much, so many discounts, so much card draw. Going with Alibi.
Oh, solid Alibi already.
Expecting, yeah, that the damage turn is incoming, and also importantly because they held back the Wildfire, they must have been thinking from the start, we need Alibi over multiple turns to get it back from Savara. Now I have seen on multiple occasions MotLK still get a victory through 34 health and Alibi up. That is the power of this deck.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Yeah, and finding the Tamsin's Phylactery. I mean, we're just one card away, really, or I guess 2 cards. We need a board as well.
So out comes Dawn Grasp. There's a chance that it recasts Alibi. If not, likely
Cold Case. Oh, that is the
Cold
Alibi.
Case. Gets the Alibi, though. A little bit more protection.
Yeah, but still needing to find ways to do enough damage. We do have a 4 damage hero power at the moment. But it's just not going to be enough in the span of these turns if we're able to draw just a little bit here for the Warlock. I mean,
Yeah, I think we're just seeing how painfully clear it is that this matchup is just extremely unfavorable for the mage. The Mindlock is doing everything that they want, and they're not going to even be under enough pressure for the alibis to matter. So they can just wait until there's not an alibi up, and then go off.
yeah, and there's a Devourer as well, so just missing either a Wicked Shipment or Fiendish Circle here.
And at this point, for the ETs, I think they've discounted about, 36 to 38 mana in this turn, in this game.
I think that math
And,
checks out.
it's turn 7. It's a lot of free stuff.
Has to play something here. I'm just going to toss the touch. All right, that's one way to start pushing a little bit more damage, but it might just have to be Savara this turn, ping, and play another solid alibi. I mean, that seems to be our plan so far, but we're just not dealing enough damage alongside that to do enough.
Perhaps it's Savara, Alibi, Spinley to try to find the other alibi.
Yeah, I mean, you could wait for the Spinley next turn for the
Problem
alibi.
is you spend so much mana doing that you don't mount enough pressure to have a lethal over the next couple turns anyway. I mean, Warlock's sitting here at 33 health. It's just so miserable for the mage.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it personally, but we'll see what does come out here. Savara is going to come down. The ping as well, and I imagine the alibi, that seems to be our plan so far with the freeze. Not going to be enough pressure, as we said, but it is starting to mount some pressure here. Fiendish Circle found, and how much damage is that available? Is that just lethal even through the alibi?
Yeah,
You were
it's
talking
probably
about
lethal
that. So
through the alibi.
yeah, the double Tamsins on top of the Fiendish. Oh, and we have another Naval Mine just to add to it. Why not?
Yeah, I want to say it's 42 for my quick math, but I could be wrong.
Well, 42 is greater than 37.
True.
Naval Mine, Naval Mine. Drained Soul, Shallow Grave, and God bless.
I think it's 52, not 42.
I think it's way more than enough. Okay,
Yeah.
is my thing frozen? What happened here? It's broken.
Oh, they stopped.
Oh, they did stop. They're just
They
doing some
stopped
math.
to,
Okay.
consider the rest of their options, I guess.
Thank you for your service.
Just maximizing all of the damage, get some extra death rattles stuck on the Devourer first.
Sure. There they go. And now a Shallow Grave shall put Team Donkey Hot in quite a deep grave, actually.
I love it. Love the turn of phrase.
Thank you. All right, here we go. And let's count. We can do all our counting. This is like Sesame Street over here. 13, 11. Okay, and there we go. Why not more?
All right, just a casual turn 8 kill through 37 health and a solid alibi up. None of it matters.
Oh boy.
Still overkilling.
Yeah. That'll do it. That'll do it. And the Warlock takes the win into the Mage. The sort of one different class that they both brought. And yeah, Warlock takes it first. We're going to see that Mage once again. I think that was the one matchup we were avoiding, so I'd be surprised if we don't see the Mage. So what do you think that Team ETs is going to use to answer what they expect the Mage to be?
So game 1 in the books. Up next, you've got either a choice between Rogue or Shaman. I think I like seeing the Shaman come down if you're anticipating Mage. Rogue can really struggle against ping mages, alibis, and freezes, and ways to stall out that extra damage that that Rogue makes with giant minions. So if they're expecting Mage as a second queue, I think we go Shaman if you're the ETs.
I like it. Let's see if they agree.
Queue order, of course, mattering a little bit less in Conquest. You still got to win with either, so you can always just throw a dart at the board, flip the coin, but it is in fact the Shaman versus Mage, as we'll settle in for not a turn 2 evolve, it looks like. Well, oh, hold up, maybe I've spoken
There
too
is a
soon.
schooling.
They hit the schooling,
Hold
it can
on.
happen. The dream is alive.
Schooling's in hand. We still have to mulligan here as well, so maybe debating, do you keep the prescience, or do you go for the high roll?
The responsible play would be to keep the prescience. It's one of the best cards in your deck. But the temptation, of course, is there. Chisel, also a decent card in its own right. Do you full send it, Mayan? Just schooling keep, toss the rest?
Yeah,
Go
let's
hard.
go for it.
Go hard. We're playing for the big bucks. Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, we
They
don't
do
miss.
it.
We don't miss. Come on. Oh, okay, we miss. We sometimes miss.
I think it's still top decking over the next 2 turns.
That's true. That's true.
Well, that's one.
That's
one.
one.
They just
Part
need a
one.
goal. The dream's still alive. Meanwhile, Mage doing literally nothing, just not hitting the right cards.
No,
A Dungeoneer ready to go
definitely
for turn 3, though.
Not what you want to see there to start.
Swing and a miss. No Knoll off the top.
No null. Has the chisel to do something this turn. Although it's
All
not that
pretty
much
mid
better.
ETs in absolute shambles right now. Where is our Knoll? Can't believe it.
Yeah, we ordered a null. Excuse me. And I'm sure Team Donkey Hunt letting out a sigh of relief there. Seeing that Piranha's turn, the schooling on turn 1 with the coin, it's certainly very scary.
Like, don't do it. Don't you do it.
Don't you do it. Okay, well that is a frozen touch that will be active here eventually.
Still Knowless, but coin and cavern not only in hand but also top decked. Seems like the play. Get that cavern down, clear up one of these freezy boys.
Yeah, I like it. Looks like that is going to be the play. And Freezy Boy going down.
Left or right? They went right.
They went right this time. Still not too exciting of a hand here yet for Donkey Hot. Cold Case might just be the choice here.
Yeah, definitely the best way to spend the mana. Option between killing a 1/1 and freezing a 3/4. I think you always want to freeze that, and they do. There's the Knoll.
A little bit late, but still playable here.
Absolutely. Knoll Evolve on the table for turn 4. It's still an early enough option to be potentially extremely impactful. We'll see what it turns out to be.
Okay, an 8/8 without any effects, really. Not the most exciting. Should potentially be able to be dealt with. We have now the active Frozen Touch as well. So
yeah,
could
it's not
clear
the
that off.
game-breaking type of evolve like the 8/8 Death Rattle could be, or a 12/12. Just, you know, the medium size. Oh, just an 8/8? Ah, it's fine.
Yeah, I guess do we go for the clear here? We can get the infused Frozen Touch into the Savara is not bad. We can also get a Flurry into Savara, which isn't bad if we want to go that direction. We can clear off this Sea Giant with the Frozen Touch ping.
Yeah, I think you want to deal with that Sea Giant as quickly as possible. Team Donkey Hot just figuring out the best way to approach this. Frozen Touch can even get discounted off of the Sorceress potentially. And they can work in a ping with that.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the direction we're going. Do you play the Flurry here? No need. It does get the Flurry into the Savara if you care about that. It looks like it is going to be the Flurry. Get the
Okay, they
freezes.
like going with the double freeze now.
Oh, no. No,
or the
never
double
mind.
Frozen Touch right now. No Flurry.
Yeah.
Savara's ready.
On the other side of things, we do have the command of Neptulon here. No evolves to go
Yeah,
along
command
with
looks
it.
great here. Just take your 5/4 rushers while you can. They're making a significant impact on this board for pressure. Unless they're addicted to the high roll, and then maybe it's a far sight. Responsible choice.
Yeah. And choosing to use that chisel first, hoping that they can keep both of their water revenants alive. We'll see, obviously, where this goes. Do you even trade? Maybe that's the thought here. Does not want to risk losing one of those.
Yeah, they got a very fortunate totem in the taunt totem, which is extremely frustrating for that skeleton. So I do very much like the choice to not trade into the skeleton there on the ET side.
What to do?
Mage has started to hit some real power cards, though. We've got a hero card and Mordresh in hand. Unfortunately for the Mage, that Mordresh won't be active for quite some time without finding a Reckless.
Yeah, no Reckless, no ways to buff the hero power just yet. Obviously, the hero itself will one time, but... All right, getting back the Cold Case and the double Frozen Touch, one infused, one not. It looks like we're going to use that infused one here. Clear off
And
one of the
likely we see the Flurry come down to protect against the Bloodlust. Hit the important one. Got the 5/4 frozen, thereby protecting Savara much more. Good pickup for the ETs with the prescience off the top.
Yeah, could go for the Wild Paw now that we've lost the first one as well, but I think hard to pass up this prescience. And yep.
Another Knoll, just an Evolve card away from that coming down. Glug ready to go for turn 7 into a turn 8 Brucon. Things look great on the Shaman side. And, you know, Piranha for efficiency's sake, I was wondering, would it be orange, yellow, or blue? That was probably the debate there.
Yeah, I
Which
think that
color
was
do we have
certainly...
to play?
Which color are we going for? I mean, blue looks good in this blue board here.
Oh, absolutely. It was the correct choice. It was nicely done.
On the other side of things, we could play the hero. We've played a bunch of Frost, and that's about it.
Yeah, and if you do play Dawn Grasp, you are very open to a Bloodlust lethal. Your opponent, of course, is not holding it. Not that you could know that. They do only run a singular Bloodlust in the deck, which may add to the consideration. Dawn Grasp is the strongest card, but risky. And holding a solid alibi, electing to maybe alibi up on this turn.
Yeah, finding the other one, so able to Are we going to use the cheaper one and the
I think you
wildfire?
always want to use the more expensive one here. It's fine floating the mana with this wildfire because the plan would be Dawn Grasp and then Alibi again if the Dawn Grasp happens to whiff on that Alibi as a potential recast.
Yeah, that makes sense. And here is the potential here now for a null evolve. Gonna
Really
see
good
what else we
top
get.
deck to hit in the Blazing. Farsight's just a reroll. Go again. Not bad, but of course it's always going to be Null and Discover. The 10 drop. What are our options?
Yeah, what are we seeing here? Oh, let's go.
Suck.
Let's go for the totem, I guess. We're
Null, Null, Null.
yeah, nice blue theme going.
Yeah, they keep making the right choices with the theme of their board. I like it. Everything has some blue in it. Good job.
Great job. And now going to see the Dawngrass. Let's see what Frostspell we get. Like you said, might have to play that Alibi in the hand, hoping to maybe hit it though and not have to use one this turn. Let's see what the Frostspell is.
Has
Okay,
finally found
cold
the Reckless Apprentice, which is
case.
huge. Cold Case isn't that bad when you know that you're already kind of planning Alibi anyway. It isn't great though because you could have just set up for the Bran Reckless and Alibi one more time had you hit the right outcome.
Yeah, this is going to be able to answer this board pretty nicely. We have no evolves on the other side either. So are we seeing everything go face? Then like Brukan, deal 2, and then what? I don't know. Depends, I guess. But yeah, Donkey Hot able to clear off this board next turn with the Reckless and Hero Power with that Arcane Burst all the way up to 4 already.
Yeah, Reckless is huge. There's no more evolves in hand either for the ETs to try to make this Gigantotem something that would survive that kind of a board clear. Really have to be like the 8/8 Death Rattle, but instead, it's Glug.
Okay, going for the Glug, saying if you do clear off this board with a Reckless, and you don't do it in the right order, it's gonna leave a big Glug.
True. Definitely a good option there. Makes it very awkward to structure.
Yeah, I don't think Donkey Hot's gonna have too many problems here, but certainly making it a little bit more tricky for
You really
the
wanted the Bran here, right? So instead you maybe have to do it a little differently.
Oh. I guess.
Is it enough? It's
How
the
does this?
last minion, so the order of things will keep buffing Glug.
Yeah, isn't that the
Or
case?
oh no, okay.
Or does
Glug
it go up?
doesn't.
Glug
Yeah,
gets the buff at the end, so it will go up to 5 after hitting
Glug
one
gets,
of the 4 health. So yeah, that
yeah,
is.
Glug gets hit at
It's
5
actually
and
gonna
dies.
It's actually gonna get buffed twice, which is pretty sweet for the hero power. Actually, the
Which
Glug
means Glug helped them.
actually
I didn't know the
helped them.
interaction.
I didn't either. I wasn't sure. So yeah, there we go. We learned something there. And yeah, I think team all pretty mid ETs also learning a little something there, and it is going to be very difficult, nigh impossible here.
Yeah, I think that just ends it. I mean, Brukan can buy a little bit of time. Well, now
We're going
they're
for a primordial play. We're gonna see what is there anything in the box that can save us.
maybe that's the only out is some miracle from primordial, but it needs to also be like a lifesteal rusher.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't even get to see what happened there. But there you go. It wasn't enough. And that is the first game here going to Donkey Hot with the Pig Mage. Oh, sorry, the second game. What am I? am I on about?
Are you
So
okay?
Ping Mage gets through.
I'm okay.
We're all
I'm okay.
evened up 1-1.
Yeah, evened up 1-1, and now down to the mirror once again. Shaman, Rogue on both sides. Slightly different Shaman lists, but other than that,
That was really interesting to see the Glug. Like for a moment there, the Glug play seemed genius to complicate things, and then I was like, oh wait, wait, that's
wait.
not helpful at all.
no, it's actually
That
helping them.
backfired. Yeah.
Yeah.
But without knowing the interaction up front, if they haven't seen it before, definitely is a play that makes sense. You know, the hero power scales in succession, but Glug doesn't scale in succession, which seems a little unfair to Glug, honestly.
Alrighty. Well, with that said, what do you expect here? Are we going to see Rogue mirror? Are we going to see the Shaman mirror? Are we going to see both teams kind of go a different direction in their third game?
I think Donkey Hot's going to go with their Rogue, and I think ET's is going to go back to their Shaman. Call it a hunch.
All right. I will. Let's see if your hunch is correct. It is going to be the Shaman mirror, though.
I was
Holding
half
off
right.
the Rogues. You were always going to be half right, I think. Well, maybe not. It could have been totally opposite.
I could have
be
been
fair.
completely wrong. It's
That's
true.
true. That's true. Okay, but neither side with the cards yet. There is a schooling on the side of Donkey Hot. They don't have the coin though.
Yeah, they definitely want to hang on to that prescience. I don't think you want that convincing disguise, although there's a bit more of an argument for it with schooling in hand. On the other side, for the ETs, prescience probably gets held. Perhaps one of the chisels you never keep Brucon. And we'll see if we'll see who high rolls first. Is kind of how this match goes down a lot of the time. So Donkey Hot likes the hand. They're gonna full keep.
Yeah, Donkey Hot's saying, we're just really one card away from going ham here. And on the other side, also,
so are the ETs now
one
with this
card
mulligan.
away.
A top deck schooling changes
Both finding
everything.
their bloodlust. I think both teams. Oh no, Donkey Hot does have 2 bloodlust, so a little bit more comment on that side.
No luck for the ETs though on this turn 1. Schooling did not show up. There will be no turn 2 evolve here.
No, and Team Donkey Hot still waiting as well for their null now. Commander Neptulon, a good card in this deck and in the matchup, but not going to do anything just yet. Not it. Just not what you're looking for here for either team.
Yeah, so we're just hanging back and waiting. We got Totem versus Totem right now, and we have another thrilling Totem play coming up. You could slam the Piranhas, but it's a little bit iffy to do that when you're holding Prescience and you expect the likelihood of a null draw is reasonably high. The other consideration, though, is you just drew a Vol'jin, and if you get the Piranhas out of your hand, Prescience finds you a big minion, maybe something sticks, you can Vol'jin flip on 5, and it's a super power turn. I like the reasoning to go ahead and go in on that Vol'jin game plan for turn 5.
Schooling just a little bit late for that turn 2, but
still viable, means they can save the coin now. Just play the schooling now. Null costs 1. Get it down alongside the evolve and see what happens. With 3 Piranhas on board, it feels a lot worse though, especially with them being protected by the Taunt Totem. The Taunt Totem coming in kind of clutch here at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see what Team ETs decides to do here. I think hard to pass up the schooling into the null evolve regardless, but yeah, certainly not as exciting with those piranhas staring down whatever you put there. Thinking about it here a little bit, we do have the prescience next turn as well.
Or potentially just coin prescience could be the discussion.
There is little time.
Yeah, it looks like the debate is continuing here, and they're starting to run out of time. Got to make some moves quickly.
Coin
looks
prescience.
like coin prescience it is.
I mean, when you get to the point where you just really can't decide and you're almost completely out of time, you just have to go with the play that doesn't require a lot of actions too.
Yeah, and just going to be the same thing on the other side. So working out okay. And actually going to make the trades as well, or at least one of these trades. It looks like for Donkey Hot. Yeah, going full trade there, which does actually open the door for this null
And
this
those
turn.
draws are very much not what
Oh.
Donkey Hot would have wanted to see. I would expect in double Knoll being hit. They set up for a Vol'jin play and wound up getting things that they don't really want off of Vol'jin. So pivoting once again.
Yeah, and I guess Muckpool is going to come down here on this null.
What's in the evolve box?
It does infuse the convincing disguise on the other side, which is maybe what we were waiting for on Team ETs here for this null, since we didn't get it off early. Team Donkey Hot maybe considering a second evolve. I mean, 8/8 is not the best, but
I
I
think
don't want
we've
to
seen
risk.
them do this before with a full infused convincing disguise. Go ahead and get their piranhas down with the schooling alongside the knoll and evolve the whole bunch of them. Get some random 3s as well as a random 10 drop.
Little awkward amount of space in the hand here, though.
Absolutely. The schooling will not give you the full complement of cards. If you wait just a little bit longer, you've got a Tiny Toys convincing disguise for turn 7. And you're not under too much pressure yet if you're the ETs. Although Donkey Hot now can elect for a 50-50, either hit Knoll or Glug. And what's the downside? If it's Knoll, you just convincing disguise the whole board, right?
Yeah, I think I like that. Doesn't seem like too much of a downside. You get to make some trades too into this board. If it's the Knoll, you can make a trade into the 3/4. If it's the Glug, obviously, you're
If
feeling
it's
pretty
Glug,
good.
you float 1 mana, but you're not upset about it.
Yeah. I like it. Still thinking about it here, though, for Team Donkey Hot. Might just consider just doing the Knoll in the convincing, I guess. If you don't even want to do the Vol'jin, maybe save it for another turn and get guarantee the Glug. So it looks like that is going to be the direction we go. Convincing Disguise going to come down. I mean, we could have gotten a 6-drop here.
Wow.
Oh, and
It's a
never mind.
Thaddeus. Obviously you do this play because you can play Glug anyway. A huge swing on this board here, and the ETs are very far behind now, facing off against the Thaddeus, a Gigantotem, a Glug, and if
Yeah.
all that gets cleared somehow, that minion has poison. The stealth guy on the side,
Yeah.
hardly ever going to be relevant, but
I don't know
interesting.
how you answer this here without any way to interact with that Glug now. Thaddeus standing in your way. You can clear it, but that's not going to be very good, and it's going to use a lot of resources and just give that damage straight to the Glug. Yeah, I think Shaman's going to win this one.
Well said.
Thanks.
Shaman certainly has the edge.
Shaman definitely has the edge here.
A+ commentary. Thank you.
It's 100%
Good for you,
accurate.
Tuna.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, true. I mean, you're not wrong.
I know. All right, what do we get on the other side? Are we looking for our own Thaddeus, maybe to play our own Glug? Did not find it.
Just a measly Gigantotem.
Yeah, they got one of those.
And with this Bloodlust in hand too,
Is that just lethal? That must be.
you should be able to
It
get
must
right
be
on through.
lethal.
I mean, the 6 is still awkward.
Yeah, the 6 is awkward, but it's all going into the glug, so it's not that awkward.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. That is the Shaman taking this one, and it is only the Miracle Rogue remaining for Donkey Hot to move on to the finals. All pretty mid. ETs, though, going to try to bring this to a game 5 and maybe see that Rogue Mirror. I imagine we're going to see the Shaman once again there for all pretty mid ETs. They are convinced it's going to take this one soon. And this
Committed
is the
to the Shaman. Yep, our game 4 is going to be a Shaman v Rogue. Let's see the evidence.
No, they said we got to win
Rogue
with the
Mirror.
mirror anyway. Let's get it out of the way. I'm tired of this Shaman not working out for us. Let's show you what we got on the Rogue, and it is going to be the Rogue Mirror, Potion Belt in hand for the ETs. No Potion Belt on Donkey Hot's side. What are they going to keep there? They do have the Cutlass. I think probably keep that and toss the rest. Yeah, and okay, so both teams with the Potion Belt available for them. Gonna toss the Cutlasses. Ghoulish
True Rogue
Alchemist.
gamers here. Potion Belt on either side. Exactly what you want to see if you're a Rogue fan.
Yeah, Cutlass for both. There is the location there, which is going to give them a little bit of an edge here. And actually going to just play the Alchemist for the pressure here on this turn.
That's a little bit more mana efficient too, since you discounted the belt. You bank your discount there. I like this move. If the Ghoulish survives, there's also a chance to Shadow Step it and replay more free concoctions, depending on what else you find, but there is a concoctor in hand. On Donkey Hot's side, this looks like a ridiculously giant ghost incoming in the very near future. Just a couple pieces away.
Let me ask you, do you Potion Belt again with this Shadow Demise with his hand, or are you just waiting for the graveyard to get the big ghost and saving it for an extra?
Depends on what you hit, and this was kind of underwhelming. You can't play it again right now too because it keeps the real cost, not the discount. So you'd have to wait, and then it's also a bit awkward. You're probably just playing the graveyard on 3 and then waiting to see what else you draw and can generate.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side here, Team ETs can play this Potion Belt this turn. We're going to start off with the Door of Shadow to see what they get. Ghostly Strike picked up. I mean, we definitely want to cycle this deck if we can. We don't have any win cards yet. So yeah, it is going to be the Ghostly Strike here. Finds a Mailbox Dancer. We are collecting some nice pieces, but we need some way to capitalize on them.
Hits draw.
Draw's good.
No draw on the next one. Are we hazy gaming?
Yeah, are we hazy gaming, or are we saying, do we want to have the Dreadful just in case they get a big ghost down? And
you don't see a location up yet, so there's no real incentive to take the destroy. They'll find out soon that a ghost is coming.
A ghost is certainly coming. That's another card that can be played alongside. Next turn is going to be a big ghost. Yeah, we just graveyard here. It's gotta be.
It's certainly the most efficient play and sets up the best for the next turn rather than trying to fit in the 3 mana card in a flurry of doing other things. They still have this Potion Belt available to repeat if they want to. That could easily be multiple Shadow Steps, though. I don't think there's any real option other than graveyard. It might just be debating with the team, how do we set up this next turn? Because once it starts, we got to go.
There is the Sinstone Graveyard on the other side, though, so we might be able to get things started soon on both
teams
sides
really
here.
Power. Probably just see the graveyard get played along with perhaps just a Cutlass trade. This All Fell breaks loose is a terrible hit off of the Hazy. Who said Hazy was a good card? This card is a dead card.
It's +1/+1 to your ghost for 1 mana, I guess, if it gets discounted by the Cutlass. Okay,
I like
actually,
how
it
you
looks
threw
like
an if in there. Oh, we're gonna ghost now.
it looks like yeah, we're gonna ghost now with this Mailbox Dancer play. Not the biggest ghost I've ever seen, but needed to put some pressure down here. Still a pretty big ghost. And there's the Dreadful, so gonna have an answer potentially.
Yeah, really good random generation off of this 1/2. Now Donkey Hot would need to go wide on the board to try to protect the ghosts that they're planning on making. Starting with the pop-off, get this draw going.
Yeah, it looks like double draw here. Has the Alchemist to get that discounted too. Another Potion Belt, why not? Astalor can be Shadow Stepped a few times if we want more.
Well, Potion Belt's amazing with this Ghoulish up and holding Shadow Steps.
Oh,
They can
there you
just
go. Yeah.
do more Potion Belt things. Hit a random destroy as well. Of course, getting the coin.
Yeah,
Isolating
Shadow
the
Step
minions.
the
Yeah, this is
Stenographer as
perfect.
well. Yeah, lines up just right here. Able to do this all very nicely here for Team Donkey Hot. Starting the turn early enough that no fear for the rope too much. Although here it comes. But it looks like we're going to be able to get everything off here. And that is going to
Didn't
be
even
a
need the coin.
big ghost there. That is 13/13. Haunted Conscience.
Wow. And the Neralex provides an extremely important 1 mana card.
Wow. Yeah, that can answer the other ghost on the other side if that even comes down to it here. But Team Donkey Hot really looking dominant. This is going to be tough to answer. Has to hit the 13/13 with the concoction. Is there a way to get that going? We'll see what else comes out of this concoction. Ooh.
Hazy's always the nuts, right? Surely it's not another All Fell Breaks Loose.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
So,
see.
trying to
It's
snipe the ghost makes a
33%
big
chance.
difference.
And it does!
Wow! Wow!
That was
Absolute snipers
massive.
over here.
Massive there for the game potentially there. I think that
I
would have.
mean, yeah, ETs with their tournament life on the line, needing to hit a 33% to kill the 13 power minion, and they do. Excitement abounds.
Unreal. And now on the other side of things, I mean, we have Draka. No great Draka turn this turn, though. Can play this Astalor just for funsies?
I think Edwin's a good
Yeah.
enough card. You're holding a coin. I don't know what else you're really doing here.
I guess
Astalor
alternatively, it's
Graveyard.
Astalor Graveyard, yeah.
Just wait for, yeah, wait for the
Hopefully
next
get
turn.
something going next turn. All right, another pretty cheap card though, so we don't mind that.
Yeah, a whiff on the Neralex though on the next one. They absolutely would have wanted the 0 mana +4/+4, or even another Dream. But Dream can be huge here with Edwin and potentially a big ghost.
Ooh.
Edwin has fizzled out.
Yeah, that's not going to do it here. Can get 1 potion. To proc. Okay, we've got the bubbling concoction. It's not quite going to do it. Don't really want a 3/3 ghost.
And importantly, not worried about having to kill the Astalor over the higher statted minion just because all of the Shadow Steps have been played.
Wow, so deciding to go for the ghost here. Not really too many options, just trying to fight for this board for dear life. Both sides going for the Edwin play here on turn 6. Finding a Ghoulish Alchemist. No,
Okay, playable.
It is playable. Could coin that out to continue things going.
Certainly think you want to Get this ghostly strike out now. It's to clear up everything but the Edwin. Make some board space for the ghosts. At least one. They might summon 2 here. I think it's reasonable to summon them both now, get that pressure.
That is going to be the case here. Yeah, summon both now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of power on board.
Quite a lot of power. Not any answers I can see. Let's see what the Door of
Unless
Shadows
there's some
finds
miracle
us.
from Door of Shadows. Enables a lot of mana to be spent, perhaps because of the Bone Spike already in hand. The Gone Fishing could find some other miraculous card. They call it Miracle Rogue for a reason, so let's see them pull some tricks.
Shadow Step. Gonefish Prep.
Not quite. Got to reroll. Yeah, that's not good enough either.
Yeah, just not gonna do it here.
All right, going in on a 2-mana Edwin to save them.
Yeah, not able to get. Oh, we do get the Draka.
Oh no, it's
off
just a
here.
Draka.
Yeah, so we do get a big Draka. We're not.
They're dead on board though.
Yeah, we're dead on board. We're not alive, but we got
Figured
a big Draka.
Yeah, I figured they were going for the Edwin turn, but they were like, you know what? Let's make a cool Draka play before we die.
Wow, and there you go. So my backup pick, Donkey Hot, moving on to the finals into the favorite Hype Horizon. We have our finals match figured out. Another
I like the lethal.
side. You got a big dagger. My little dagger is good enough. And there's Donkey Hot taking it. Going to be the matchup there for the finals. We also have, of course, our 3rd place match in Lean Lovers versus All Pretty Mid ETs. So still a lot to play for both these teams. But boy, whew.
Yeah, big congratulations to Donkey Hot. That's a very fast sequence of turns there, and they put it all together. Recovered quite nicely from the 13-13 getting sniped, shook it off and cruised on their way to that rogue victory. And now you're right no matter what, Mayan. It's either Hype or Donkey Hot. You called them both, so good job.
Beautiful. And you didn't even have a backup. What would have your backup been? Let's look back on the day.
Donkey Hot.
Okay, great. Nice. Way to hedge the bets. All right. Wow. So, Tuna, tell me. Let's talk about what we got coming up. We've got, I believe, the 3rd place match first.
We do. Yep. And
Usually
then
how it goes.
And then afterwards we will go to the finals. Yeah. I don't know what more you want from me. Sorry. Hold on. I'm clicking a lot of buttons.
I just wanted you here.
You just want to hear my beautiful voice.
Let people know you're still here. You're doing some work behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Helping this tournament go and run smoothly.
So to run through the prizes, of course, we have had our $30 winners, the ones eliminated in the first round. Now, this next match will determine who gets the $50 payout and who gets the $70 payout. And of course, our finals match that we'll see next is going to be the difference of 150 to the grand prize winner and 100 to the 2nd place winner. So big money on the line. All the stakes go up even more.
Big money, big money, big money for these players. They are playing for the top prizes, like you said. Yeah, a lot of great games still to come. But yeah, we've got, I believe, someone joining us here to take over for the rest of this stream. If you want to say hello. Yeah.
Hello. Made it. We made it.
Oh God, he's so loud. Keep talking, Gordon. Keep saying things.
I will keep talking. We're gonna get a quick mic check on the go here. These matches have been crazy though.
All right, he's good now. Sweet.
Awesome now, perfect. Yeah, we're ready to go. I mean, I don't know. I've been watching and stream, obviously a little bit behind, but you know, the tournament's been going off without a hitch. It's fantastic so far.
Yeah, been some really exciting games. We've hit a lot of game fives, had some exciting ones on stream, and when the stakes go up, the matches get even more intense. Glad to have you here, Corden, to help cast our upcoming third place match, which is going to be between All Pretty Mid ETs and Lean Lovers.
Yeah, I just caught the end of that mid ET matchup versus Donkey Hots, and what a back and forth battle. Shaman versus Shaman seems like it's just never gonna go the way you expect it to go, and then all of a sudden there's a massive pop-up turn, and you know, game's over. So it was really good to see, and you know, congratulations to Donkey for making it. And but ET, you know, there's still a little bit on the line, and hopefully, uh, we're gonna see a great game 3 and maybe some game 5s.
We always love those game fives. We didn't get any game fives in our second round in our top 4, but there's still plenty of matches to be played. Waiting on the Battlefy to update for these two teams before they can line up their bands. But we can take a look at the lineups right now if you like.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with that, I will also take my leave. Thanks for having me. Hope everyone enjoyed it today so far. And there's gonna be some good stuff coming up. I know I'll be watching in stream.
Good to have you as always, Mayan.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
Bye, buddy.
All right.
Good, nice slicey time, Tuna. I'm sure you heard that.
Immediately as he left.
Bye, buddy. All right, so what we have here then for our third place match, Lean Lovers versus All Pretty Mid ETs. Corden, do you have the Battlefy up as well?
I do. I am up on it now. Yes.
Talk to me about these lineups we've seen once before. What are we looking at from Lean Lovers?
Lean Lovers are going to be bringing that classic Evolve Shaman we've seen so much. Phylactery Warlock coming out as well. You've got that Undead Triple Frost DK, and then the Concoction Rogue Feet Draka as the recent nerfs and mini set has kind of revived Draka, I would say, and brought them back into this Concoction Rogue deck.
Absolutely. And once again, as has been typical for the top 8 here, we're seeing a full mirror. All Pretty Mid ETs, they've got the same lineup. It's a Triple Frost Death Knight, although a bit different. Some changes because they've gone with the older list, not the new hotness of the Pheno Frost DK that runs all the extra minions. This is more spell heavy with Lady Death Whisper. The Mindlock should be the same exact 30. They've also brought the same 30 with the Miracle Rogue and Evolve Shaman. I think we have very slight differences. This list, of course, does main deck a Thaddeus and a single Bloodlust. But very, very similar lineups between these two.
It's actually a 29 for 30 mirror between the Warlocks. Importantly enough, All Pretty Mid ETs runs the Rosswiss Viper. So,
yes, I forgot about that. Yeah,
you know,
not a full 30.
No,
Viper the mirror.
Bans are in.
Ooh.
Do you guys already predict your bans?
No.
Did I miss it? All right, what do you think they
are? DKs all around.
Double Shamans.
Double Shamans, DK all around. Wow. Only Corden got it half right. One Shaman band. Lean Lover Shaman is gone. All Pretty Mid ET's Rogue is gone.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Rogue is reasonable when you've got a Mind Lock on the other side. I predicted that before, but then the team didn't go for it. So I'm like, I guess we're not afraid of Rogue. This time around, Lean Lover says no Rogue and ETs. Surprising to see the Shaman ban when it let them down so hard, but they still don't want to face it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's the live by the evolve, die by the evolve. I mean, there was some pretty back and forth matches, but um, it all pretty mid did have some struggles on the shaman last match, trying to push some holding evolves, going for a few different um avenues that were a little bit off, but you know, when you don't have that clear-cut coin schooling null and you know the deck doesn't play itself, it can be a little bit more destructive, and you really have to think through on, okay, how are we truly going to win? As you get to those later times, decks do have ways to deal with these larger minions. However, outside of a Thaddeus and then just dropping a Glug for one, there's not a lot that a lot of decks can do against that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen too much of the super early evolve pop up, but we've seen a few turn 3 evolves, and they've been pretty impactful when it's happened. We'll see if we can hit that dream turn 2 one of these games. As the players are diving in, it looks like we are ready to go in and spectate.
Yep, for those at home, to make my life easier, I left all pretty mid ETs on top, so that way I didn't have to change anything. So that means lean lovers will be on the bottom. Corden, do you need the players?
I just need Para.
Oh, nobody?
No, I have Waluigi. I just require Para.
I got you. There's
Oh yeah,
Paris. That's nobody.
Yep. Nobody. Oh.
They probably won't accept you for a little bit, so let me know if you don't have them and I can tell you their hand. We are starting off with a Death Knight versus a Warlock here. So the lean lovers starting with their Mind Lock, the all pretty mid ETs leading off with this Frost DK. Frost DK has been kind of the deck of the tournament so far. We're looking at a 73% win rate out of 11 games in the top 8 for Death Knight. Warlock is right in the middle at 50%. We'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, it's going to be really, I mean, there's quite a bit in the hand right now already for lean lovers. And on the side of APM ET, you got that early game that you kind of want to get off to, right? Harbinger is great. Thorazon is probably one of the stickier minions you're going to see around, especially with the AoE clears and directed clears. So really it's going to be, can we get that rod soon, and how much pressure can ET really put up?
Absolutely, and a decent start for the Death Knight, seeing this very clear trade that enables an active Vizier on turn 3, followed by a Thorson on 4. It's not a bad curve. Mindlock still looking for the rod, but there's time.
Yeah, still a few turns to go.
Ooh, these options are terrible. Yeah,
Not
Defrost is the best of the bunch.
Yeah, not going to see a whole lot of board presence, so both of those other choices, Blood Rune cards, not exactly fitting, but you know, we're more than likely going to get another corpse next turn, and then this Frost is going to be able to draw a little bit more closer to some, hopefully to some burn.
Absolutely, and the Mindlock tossing that shallow grave off of the Scourge supplies. Unfortunately for them, still no still no rod, but there is always the top deck.
Yeah.
Coin top deck rod would be huge.
The dream is not alive.
They have whiffed. All
and
right,
on
and
the,
to
on
go
the
ahead.
side of APM ET, just continuously building the board, and now it's going to be a resource management battle for lean lovers. Is, you know, how much do we really want to get rid of from this hand in order to just survive into these later turns? Because Rod really is all that we're playing for right now.
Yeah, this is fine just to go a little bit of tempo, drop the Knoll. Maybe we see the Fiendish Circle come out. Fiendish Circle does work a lot worse into this version of Frost Decay, it must be said, because of well, never mind, they don't run it.
No Howling Blast.
A lot of times you'll see that, but it looks like they did cut it. Probably that was the cut then to fit in Construct Quarters. So, if the lean lovers are paying attention to the list, they'll know that that's not really a threat. They want a little bit of card draw to try to find that rod finally, and there it is, picked up, available to be played right on turn 5 into a turn 6 Dreadlich Tamsin. Things looking back on track for the Warlock.
Yeah, more importantly, they do have a board to be able to react. So you're not just empty turn 5 into a pretty brutal rod and just being smorked down on the side of the demon, the Death Knight. So a little bit of reactivity is great, especially with the Mistress up. The trading ability gets a lot better, and it's a lot safer for this rod to come out on turn 5.
Absolutely. Now Death Knight faced with a wide range of decisions here. They have to expect that a rod is incoming and trying to suss out their best play into the weapon being played.
Gonna put as much on the board as possible. There is how much do we have in hand? Gonna be able to duplicate pretty much the entire hand of frost spells as well, so gotta think this is rod.
Absolutely. Every time. 100 times out of 100, rod gets played.
And now thinking about where these trades are going to go, the weird part is that Thorazan could actually just make these trades miserable, so you kind of have to take them into the Death Whisper.
Yeah, you don't like giving them copies of things, but the longer you wait to kill it, the more things it might be able to copy. So damned if you do, damned if you don't.
That is 4 glacial advances. That is...
This is a lot. There's a lot of burn in
That
this
is...
Frost DK hand right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to get to a point where I don't even know if lean lovers are going to have the time to really draw through and find a lot of their points. Now, these glacial advances have been recently nerfed. They no longer do your next spell was costs 2 less. It is 1 less, so there's a lot less of a worry from being bursted down on turn 6. But I mean,
yeah, I think it means that you do have to throw out some of these right now because you can't play all of them in the same turn anymore like you used to be able to. So taking advantage of a good chunk of this burn while they can, and try to set up the lethal for the next turn.
A nice 15. That'll work on turn 6. One more.
You didn't have all of the mana to play everything on the next turn, right? I like just full sending as much as you can. And the Dreadlich Tamsin setup no longer looks as appealing.
No, definitely not. Overdraw, definitely a real thing if you just slam the Tamsin. Even with just going for Drain Souls, you're gonna have to find some agency here and find a way to get these discounts in. But if you do that, you're pretty much just dead. You know what's sitting on the other side. You saw 3 cards get duplicated. You saw what those 3 cards were. They were just pointed at your face. So, lean lovers have to make a decision here.
All right, looking at playing the Devourer, one of the most important win conditions of this deck, but acknowledging that they are almost dead. So
trying to
soak up damage.
Yeah. Oh, it goes face.
The Saurian only knows face. Does he go face again? Oh, he's finally missed. I think for the first time all tournament, he didn't go face there. If he did, it was guaranteed lethal. So not quite, or is this actually lethal? This might be a lethal.
It's going to be 2, and then you get to, so after these go off.
Yeah, I think it's a lethal. I think it's a guarantee. Good job. The Saurian made it easier, but the Death Chiller enabled the rest of that turn. Nicely done by the ETs, and Frost DK once again with a victory to open up. The stats on this Death Knight are just off the charts good compared to every other class in this tournament so far.
It is super interesting to see that just the old school version of the triple frost coming for the APM ETs outside of the new undead list that kind of pushes that aggro earlier and then tries to close the game out with some over the top burn damage, but still showing that just the OG triple frost can just get it done.
Absolutely. Now we've got MotLK once again on the side of the lean lovers. The ETs going with their shaman next, and they're one card off of the dream.
They are. They just double mull to try to hit it and just missed it.
No, trust me.
Never there.
I can still top deck it.
One more turn. Could possibly get the top deck out here.
Not much to do for the MotLK. Hand looks a lot less promising than last game. But fortunately for them, no null top deck, so the shaman has to go a tad slower.
Yeah, Lean Lover's more than likely going to be breathing a sigh of relief not seeing a turn 2 pop off.
You never like to see no like schooling on one. Oh god, they're on coin. Don't do it.
It is just the click and pray, right? The tap and turn. If they have it, they have it. If they don't, they don't. And luckily for Lean Lovers, the latter was the case. Ooh, still not there.
Right. Awkward turn for sure. Perhaps just a Muck Pool's evolve of a totem. They have the blazing transmutation as well. It's just everything looks kind of rough. The other option would just be, dropping the piranhas and clearing up board to try to prevent the impending catastrophe from being such a good play on this next turn. It is available to them and likely needs to be the option.
Yeah,
just in case. As we can see, they do have it. So if they ignore this board, getting a lot of draw for the Warlock.
Yeah, and it's super tough too. Then, you go down your top decks of Knolls are a lot worse. Even trying to stick a board to go for a little bit more of a cheeky play with cheating the Nepsilon out with Vol'jin possibly doesn't really come into effect. So APM really thinking this one through. Just gonna rip the Farsight. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
That
do they care about a burn? They do not. I didn't consider the Farsight as a possibility because I figured they didn't want to burn a card, but hey, sometimes it's a 4-mana glug. We've seen it already happen in this tournament. Meanwhile, MotLK draws a million.
Yeah, but no rod, importantly enough.
Wow. How silly of them to leave 2 rods in their bottom 17.
How crazy.
Side effects? No.
Building a
They
board.
can still top deck it.
They could. There is a possibility. We are not out of the realm of top deck possibility on turn 5. Burn card. Free science? I don't know.
Yeah, in the meantime, it's just Smork Warlock versus Slow Shaman, but Glug is here to change that a little bit. Look at Glug getting that +1/+1. Get big, bud.
We glugging.
Still not a rod.
Out here glugging.
We out here glugging every round.
Now, is there a clean way to... Oh yeah, they're gonna finally have the mana to just only kill the Glug. Wow.
Glug gets a lot of respect here. Using the Tamsin, a bunch of cards. They do wind up getting 1 additional draw off of it in the end, but that is a minion that is extremely hard to deal with. Well done on the Lean Lover side to make sure the threat is gone.
Importantly enough, that is Tamsin gone as well, though. Not going to be able to pull the double phylactery, so how much are you going to need in this matchup? More than likely not, but is an important minion that is now out of the pool.
Yeah, perhaps makes Shallow Grave a little bit more important in hand. You're really going in on Devour being your win condition now, outside of the Tamsin getting you double. phylactery procs, but it's still highly winnable for the Warlock to do it that way. Meanwhile, Shaman now, they hit that one high roll off of Glug, and it forced their opponent to compromise a little bit, but their hand is looking rough. Just not much to do still. So going to respect the threat on the other side, deal with Tamsin, and start developing their freezing stags.
Yeah, I think the worst part about it too for APMET is that there's no, oh my goodness, disguise in hand right now. No convincing disguise. So all of these minions that have been traded off, this tiny toys is just going to be a bunch of tiny toys, a bunch of 5-drops that cost 2.
True.
2/2.
Not very impactful there.
Not at all.
But fortunately for them, we're kind of just seeing both sides not draw the way they want to, because where's the rod? Surely it shows up now.
This touch is more than likely gone.
As long as you don't
the
discard the Devourer, you're fine.
Yes, the Devourer needs to stay. Now, we do have the other mine in hand. Still a lot of work on the Warlock side to set up this full combo. And there is the Vol'jin. So, Swarmer Vol'jin, pull the Tidehunter?
What else would you do? There's an incredibly powerful turn, and then there's every other turn. I think you want that Neptulon hitting this board.
I can't, yeah. I don't see another option. I mean, there are other options, for sure. However impactful they are on this board state currently, that's to be decided.
And if you're Shaman, you're pretty happy to not see a rod get played by this point. Makes it even safer to try to develop a big threat. Just the other plays look so underwhelming.
Yeah, they don't look fun at all.
There's a fun play though. They're gonna do it.
All right. Maybe just thinking about what turn 7 is going to look like after this Tidehunter comes down, utilizing as much of this turn for next turn as possible.
Sometimes there's also the tilt factor of, this is an insanely strong turn, and they full roped it and then played it, and their opponent's like, really?
That is very fair. There is a mind game inside of this Hearthstone game as well. We have to remember,
the Pascoa school of thought, if you will.
So Explosive Sheep going to be able to clear up these hands of Neptulon fairly easily.
Yeah, they can take a shallow grave and also get much closer to killing Neptulon. Use the Drain Soul to deal with it. Works out nicely.
That's still. Now this is where this turn 7 is gonna, what are we gonna do on the side of the Shaman? Lean levers, as much as, they have been stalling the board. Ooh, wow. He's gonna Tiny Toys.
Not looking great. They have seen a lot of board clear, so Tiny Toys is a tad safer to get played. There's a Muck Pools to evolve one of these little guys into something hopefully useful for them.
And even no death rattles on these 5s. Nothing like super impactful.
Oh yeah, these 5s are all pure garbage.
Oh my goodness.
Remains garbage.
Horror.
Oh, there's the rod. They just left it in the bottom 10. 2 of them.
Of course.
Bottom 10.
Right. Now this is going to be full proc on 1. Now, I think there's just the 1 Wicked Shipment left in the deck at this point. Hey, the other rod was not top 5.
So there we are. Grimoire very easily deals with the majority of the board, takes away the threat of a Bloodlust Mindlock. Despite a clunky draw well on its way, having dealt with most of the Shaman threats, Shaman over here just trying to find something to approximate some amount of pressure. It's just not there.
No, like even this turn, I'm not seeing anything that bails them out. it's even an evolve in this situation. I mean, you clear off the board, but you can't really set anything up on the other side. I guess you just go to try and hope for the bloodlust.
Play everything, play the wave after going face, and then blazing into the 7 mana thing that you got from Mossy and hope for a good 8.
Yeah. Yeah, try and set up a board that's a little bit stickier. Maybe you can throw a bloodlust next turn. I mean, you can even go for Blazing Transformation and really just pick what you want out of this evolve as well.
All right. Respecting board as much as possible, trying to keep the board small so that there can't be a phylactery buff. What a brutal 7 mana card.
Wow. That is...
The 6 mana card was a 2/7. The 7 mana card's a 2/2. But here we go. This should just be lethal.
This should be just enough to do it. There goes the mine. Going so fast, I honestly think he picked Mistress there for a second, and I went, oh no. But not making that mistake. Going to be a clean throughout. Getting the mine back down, and Shallow Grave will kill off the Devourer of Souls. Evening up the series.
There you go. MotLK gets through on the back of even a pretty ugly draw for the Warlock. Sometimes you don't need the rod until, you know, the very end of the game. And we're headed to game 3. We'll see what these teams reload with.
That is true. As slow as those games, you know, as we were saying that game was going, that still was the turn 9 lethal. So outside of as, you know, fast as sometimes those can be, and those turns might have seemed like a little pass and go, but a turn 9 lethal. So it's a good insight by Lean Lovers there.
Absolutely. You know, it's kind of unacceptable, I know, to wait all the way to turn 9 as a Mine Warlock, but you know, it's fine. Still win the game. On to the next.
On to the next, indeed. And I mean, still coming out, we do have the Rogue and the DK of their own.
And then MotLK and Shaman on the other side. We'll see what the brings are. We've got the ETs going right back to their Shaman, while Lean Lovers opt for the Rogue, probably maybe hoping to catch the MotLK here.
Yeah, more than likely hoping was looking for that MotLK there, but double Sinstone Graveyard in hand and just gonna throw out the Muck Pool. Probably just get as much pressure on board as early as you can if you are the Shaman here.
Double Graveyard in hand for Rogue can set up an extremely powerful turn that there's not much comeback from, but need a lot more pieces before that can happen. Crucially, the Totem Evolve is a minion that can deal with the Ghoulish. Swing and a miss on that far side, though.
Not exactly what you want to see in a match that you're really looking for as much minion pressure as possible. Could have been, wow, 1 card down was the Nepulon.
Hey, that's a good hand if you have a Vol'jin, but
oh, fantastic hand with
if you
Vol'jin.
don't, you're not feeling so good about it. There's still the possibility that Vol'jin could be top decked, which, of course, in and of itself is a reason to hold back that schooling. Especially because schooling is 0, so you can just play it whenever you need the hand size or piranhas.
Right, yeah. No, it's just an immediate take it when you need it. Probably was thinking about the Muck Pool. I don't think at this
This has got to be
matters.
just Graveyard Gone Fishing, set up for a gigantic turn 5. Okay, Stenographer's the pick. Are we going in with another? I mean, there are preps in hand.
Yeah. Ooh, another Door of Shadow.
All right, prep door.
You know what's on the bottom, so yeah, I mean, it has to be the door.
And then, I mean, you'll probably end up prepping Gone Fishing if you...
I mean, we do
Well,
have the steps.
all
I
right,
think,
they're
yeah,
going all
gonna-
in.
Yeah, know that the second step, then there could be a second step. No, it looks like we took
Either
the one
that
off
or,
the bottom.
yeah. So Edwin set up for the reload for next turn. Although almost all of the cheapest cards have been used, so Edwin's not exactly lined up to get really big. It really is just full committing to these giant ghosts, which, to be fair, that is an insane amount of power. And what do you know?
Man.
The exact perfect top deck. The reason you don't play that schooling, you know, they played directly to the out of top decking Vol'jin, and here it is. Neptulon is dramatically better than Glug, but these ghosts are so big you could still only clear one.
Yeah, and I mean, even to make sure that the Blazing Transmutation actually can go after, can target a ghost as well. So you could change these ghosts into 8/8s or something else.
True.
If you choose, you need to do that action anyway. Just a little bit. Not a lot of people probably point Blazing Transformation at their opponent's minions, but something to keep in mind here.
So Neptulon being such a big threat, you would assume from the Shaman side he's going to die, so that incentivizes transforming maybe one of these Neptulon's hands instead of Vol'jin, or
Wow.
Neptulon himself. I don't really like the Neptulon choice. Obviously it could have high rolled hard, but instead they don't need to necessarily trade anymore.
I guess there still is a respect of even Bloodlust, but still not, I don't think, going to represent anything.
I mean, they still probably will trade because, you know, it's just a ton of
way.
power,
Ooh,
and they're
okay.
pretty far behind.
I actually don't think, from playing the Ghoulish Alchemist earlier in the game, that we played another concoction. So whatever concoctions come out of this potion belt will be free next turn.
Okay, love to see the face hit. Just smork him. And the Evolve really coming back to bite the Shaman here, having an 8/8 that doesn't contest well enough against this 11/11. Have some other pieces, though. The schooling can come up big.
Yeah, schooling could be pretty massive here. Unfortunately, one turn away from Glug. Just going to take the trade into the Edwin and then maybe use schooling plus.
Yeah, there's a prescience too if they want to just try to protect through the 11/11. Well, Denathrius.
Denathrius is a lot of healing that needs to be dealt with.
Unless you do just want to finally deal with that Haunted Conscience, which is an option with Onyxia. But yeah, they've already kind of committed to, we're not touching this 11/11. Denathrius comes down, out comes the Prescience for some protection. I imagine we see the Stone Claw get played here as well, further protection. Lean Lovers on the back foot again.
Yeah, had a big, massive pop-up turn. Pentagrapher is not what you want to be seeing here.
Okay, you can snipe it.
Not
They don't
going
go for the
that.
snipe.
Oh,
Card draw.
try again.
Another chance to snipe.
It always hits it, right?
We've seen it before. Donkey Hot's 13-13 got hit in 1 and 3.
What shall I do?
Didn't go for it.
They're hazy believers. All right, let's see what's in the hazy. Wow. I mean, clearly hazy's the nuts.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Hey,
And
Hazy
it's-
found lethal earlier too, so always.
It
that
did.
is-
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. And picking up a mailbox dancer too, which looks like it should be able to activate Stenographer and get as many cards as possible played here. Pretty perfect outcome.
Wow, it's always hazy. What do we know? Healing, and especially going over to the top too, healing yourself up that much amount as well.
This has been a roller coaster of a game. I think we see that happen quite often in Miracle Rogue games where, oh, things look bad for the Rogue. Oh, things look great for the Rogue. And now Shaman, I don't think with enough comeback tools, facing this gigantic board of power, 29 power represented from Ghosts. 3 Piranhas can only do so much.
No, and even devolving, these are still going to be massive minions. 2 8/8 with, or 2 8-drops and a 9-drop. Even if we went for the Primordial Wave,
You probably have to, I guess. Null's a bit cheaper now with that trade because of coin in hand. You can play the Null and then try to mass evolve. You get 2 shots at the Null because of the muck pools as well. Minimize the board a little bit more. I don't see a whole lot of ways though.
that's not going to do it.
Swing and a miss.
ETs love their Sea Giants. It's just
Wow.
it's a different Sea Giant.
Well, that kind of helps, provided you know
it worked.
the Rogue doesn't hit like Ghostly Strike or Astalor or any number of things that can damage these Groms, but a really surprisingly lowered amount of attack power.
Yes, that probably, weirdly enough, the best 8-drops you could see right now. Now, clearly, next turn, if these do just trade off, is going to be quite a different thought. But wow, still finding the way out. Both the Shaman and the Rogue finding ways to stay alive in this matchup.
Yeah, somehow not lethal. The 8s and the 9 turned out to be like absurdly perfect for the situation to deny a win. This is still a ton of damage. Now there's a very angry Grom that is ready to kill next turn. Does Glug and Prey even make the difference? Does it have to be the Neptulon? You can get a few more schoolings.
Don't even think Glug really would just be looking for one hit outside of...
Glug and Prey is the name of the game here.
And...
Oh, wow. Big pickup.
Is a very...
big pickup here.
Yeah.
Double concoction right off the bat with this trade.
Summon and destroy.
Well, now Glug can be isolated for the kill, or, you know, lethal.
Yeah, I think even if this does hit a... Yeah, I was going to say, if this just hits one of
it
the
had to
taunts,
just hit
lethal.
the 5-2 for it to be bad. And even if it was bad, you generate more. There was another random destroy. So, nicely done. They still get there. The Putricide top deck really putting all the rest of the pieces together. Rogue gets on through, and Lean Lovers up 2-1.
What do you think? Is if you're APM ET, you just lean back into the Shaman again?
Last time Shaman let them down a bunch, they were like, nope, we're switching off it. I think that happened with Mindlock too. Mindlock let them down a few times. We're like, nope, we're switching. So I think it's a coin flip this time around. I think someone's calling heads, someone's calling tails. They're assigning it to them, and they're like, okay, here we go.
Yeah,
I say Mindlock comes out.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing is, do you have a better agency? I think it might be, no, running it back hard. Just, if it gets through, it's got to get through now.
I love
Doesn't
being
matter.
wrong. Shaman versus DK, here we go.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's, you know, if it gets through now or it gets through later, it doesn't really matter if you lost the match
the nature of
3-1 or
conquest.
3-2.
The only time it really matters is if you're in one of those THL point-based series where every point will matter for your team. But in this case, that is irrelevant. Players are going for all the marbles.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even
wow.
matter, Ron.
It happened.
It
The dream.
happened. After 2 massive back and forth matches and almost having the full turn 2.
So what needed to happen was for us to not call out the possibility of the dream
Right.
happening. We didn't acknowledge it at all, and then it happens.
And drum roll.
Here we go. Discovers R.
Wow. Oh.
That is very sad.
I mean, yeah.
Gigantotem every time.
Yeah, it looks nicer, right?
It's blue.
It's just a bunch of totems. It's never null, right? Because it just gets dealt with on the backside. You have no other evolve coming through.
You really don't want to chance the Knoll getting killed by something like a Frost Strike, just to kill that 1/2. So absolutely, you pick the 8/8. Vizier active now. A good turn available.
Now, not even an asphyxiate would be one more turn away, right? If the Neruvian Vizier does find it.
You can find the 2-mana card where you take 3.
Yes.
Can't remember what it's called.
So neither of those.
Didn't show up.
Just take the Frostworm, right? The rest of them do not seem...
Obliterate, that's the name of it.
Obliterate, yes. The actual Death Knight card that Lich King used to give you.
But a 5-mana Frostworm's Fury is a very nice consolation prize from this Vizier. You don't clear the 8/8, but you've got a really nice setup for multiple freezes over the late part of the game. Now you just have to make it there if you're the DK.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to juice this convincing disguise in hand at the moment to possibly go for a tiny toy top deck a little bit later on. Just keep off the board. Now the Death Knight just throwing everything possible.
Yep. And this big old 8/8, he's just swinging for the fences. You know he's going upstairs again. The rest of the turn doesn't do much for the Shaman, though. Maybe they decide to go for the Muck Pools and evolve it and after the attack and try to high roll it.
What do we get? 10/10. That's better than an 8/8.
Bigger, lifesteal. They'll take it.
And the next few turns of the Shaman, I mean, are difficult.
Yes. Hardly anything to do. But staring down lethal, you gotta just slam down the Frostworm's Fury here if you're the Death Knight. They get to send a bunch of damage into that Denathrius, get part of the way there, which may prompt this convincing disguise now, well, especially with the top deck. They worked hard at infusing this one. Now they don't have to waste that infuse. They can just do the other one.
Yeah, and that's what we are going to see, hoping to get something. Oh, just reuse, reduce, recycle, Ron.
It's incredible. Well, there is still a way, of course, to remove the Denathrius and deal with the pressure from the Death Knight side. Nicely done by the ETs, though, to just refresh and continue the pressure. Start with the trade and a draw.
It's pretty nice, too. Even the totems are going to be taken down here by the Frida.
And perfectly done. Everything works out exactly right. Honorable kills all the way around.
More freezing, too.
And incredible hand for Death Knight. Oh, you want to kill me with a board?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Say no for 3 turns. Yeah, outside of, I mean, there has to be some miraculous turns here coming out for the Shaman. I don't see how these totems are going to make it.
It's got to be like a Tiny Toys top deck for really good taunts.
Yeah, Tiny Toys or even Vol'jin could possibly pull out, Thaddeus to allow you to then...
True Vol'jin.
Yeah.
Thaddeus right now is on odd, which means next turn he'll flip to even. So if there is a Vol'jin top deck, it could be a flip of
Whoa.
Thaddeus and then also get Neptulon on board.
Going for as much board pressure as can be. Fortunately, losing a health there. And
Yes, we've got the ETs feeling the pressure, using that evolve now, getting this bad news that was a discovered Frostworm's Fury, so they know beyond all shadow of a doubt there are 2 real ones. They have to hope they're not in hand. Yeah,
that's it.
it's like I think that swing means concede, and it does.
Yeah, I typically don't like to take 5 when you don't have to.
So we have our 3rd place winners. Lean Lovers taking it down with their Mindlock, Rogue, and Death Knight, and they will receive their prize of $70 to split amongst their team.
There you go.
Congratulations.
So, congratulations to Waluigi, Lasagna, and Maxi Bon for the 3rd place finish in the tournament.
Very nicely done. Played really well throughout, and you know, they only had that 1 loss in this top 8 to Hype Horizon, a team who I don't believe has lost a real set of games all tournament.
No,
their round 6 was a no contest because they were already locked in.
That's it. That's their only loss. And I
so
don't
something
know,
to be real proud of.
I don't know if they've dropped 2 games in a series yet either.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen Hype Horizon go 3-1s all the way across or
3-0s,
sweeps.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see if Donkey Hot though can get it done against the Juggernaut in Hype Horizon here. Donkey Hot's all ready to go. Hype Horizon not lined up as ready just yet, but we'll be getting banned soon as we head into our 1st place match. Corridon, this one's for all the marbles.
This is for it. This is for all of it.
Bragging rights, $150. What more could you want?
I mean, the money is great, but being the champion of the tournament, come on.
Priceless.
That in itself is the true reward for these competitors.
True. They can be considered tuna people, and this would be the second time or the first time a non tuna award would be handed out, or a non tuna receiving an award, because Team Brushy Tuna and Pro keeps failing me.
We're trying, all right?
We're trying their best.
Sure they are. I think Ron purposely has a sub channel that I don't know about, and he goes, "Okay, guys, listen. We can't let Tuna win. Throw the finals
every time.
That's truly when the name was created. What, it would be 3-4 years ago now that the inauguration of the Brushy Tuna team came through. That was the ultimate goal, right? Was to bring the name, but never win with it.
Yes, always troll Tuna.
Wow.
I'm sorry to let the cat out of the bag.
Listen, Ron's just upset that I have a Pro MVP and he doesn't. That's the only reason why he keeps doing this.
You're living in the past, Tuna. You got it in dead format, shielded conquest. You're living in the past. Let it go.
You're just mad that this 5-seeded conquest format was beating you in Pro.
I'm not mad.
That was a double knot. That means it's a positive. Oh no, he's mad.
Enough about that. Let's look at these lineups that we're going to be diving into here. Donkey Hot versus Hype Horizon. Tell me about Donkey Hot, Corridon.
Donkey Hot is bringing the spice, bringing in that undead triple frost death knight, the ping mage, which has seen some resurgence as of late, is bringing the concoction rogue with the Draka, as well as everybody's favorite criminal, the evolve shaman. Really the only difference between Donkey Hot and Hype Horizon at the moment, to me, looks like the warlock and the mage.
Correct. These, I think they're mirror deck lists for the Death Knight, the Rogue, probably not the Shaman. Hype Horizon, I think, went with Wind Chills over Wild Paw Caverns. We see no Wild Paw Cavern for Hype Horizon in their Shaman list. And for Donkey Hot, they do run the Wild Paw Caverns. The other difference being Carving Chisel for Hype Horizon and no Chisel for Donkey Hot. And then, of course, there is the major difference in classes and decks. Mind Lock for Hype Horizon and the Ping Mage for Donkey Hot.
Which we did see not too long ago, the Ping Mage and versus the Mind Lock, and even with the solid alibi and 37 health on board, I mean, Mind Lock can still get it done. It's a pretty unfortunate matchup. So definitely Donkey Hot more than likely looking to dodge that one if possible.
So once again, just looking at stats here, Death Knight has been on fire in this tournament. That has continued in the top 8. We now have a 77% win rate for Death Knight out of 13 games. Guys, any chance we see Death Knight's banned here?
You have to, right? I mean, unless you're always assuming that if it gets through, it gets through. But I mean, it's gonna get through, right? So why wouldn't you just take the best performing deck away?
Now, Hype Horizon has shown a tendency to ban Rogue a little bit with their Mind Lock being part of their lineup, just to try to protect that against its worst matchup. Rogue is also doing quite well in this tournament with a 60% win rate. But Mage and Shaman, they're out here with 38% and 33% respectively. Shaman, that's a 33% in 21 games in the top 8. Shaman's been getting beat up tonight.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people maybe were expecting a lot of Shaman, and now maybe it's just that this, these the 3 decks we've been seeing, Death Knights and Rogues just have a great way to punish the Shaman going forward if they do miss their massive pop-off turn. And even when they get it, as we just saw last game, APM ET had the opening, they had the nuts, and unfortunately the evolve just wasn't there, and they were kind of left trying to find ways to proactively win the game, and they unfortunately had nothing more to do after that massive pop-off turn. And importantly, as you say, Mage does have that 38%, but they are, 2 out of 3 matches in this top 8, the 2 wins have come off of Shamans.
It's true.
All right, you ready for bans?
We're ready.
Donkey Hot's Rogue is banned. Hype Horizon's Warlock is banned.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so Donkey Hot getting rid of the class that Hype Horizon was trying to protect with that Rogue ban. So ban's going a little bit in favor of Donkey Hot at the moment. We see a Death Knight Mage Shaman versus a Death Knight Rogue Shaman. Will be interesting.
Yep, definitely. I would lean just the hair towards Donkey Hot, just because we do see the Mage on over the Shaman. Both do have Death Knight, so you kind of have to just write that off. But I think it's ultimately going to come down to, can this Mage find the Shaman and be able to push through?
Yeah, at this point, it's looking like who can get their Shaman through is going to be the winner. As Shaman somehow has transformed itself from, the menace of the meta to kind of fizzling out.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just the shiny new toy, or if it's truly going to be something requiring some change come the game. Now, obviously, it is frustrating when it does hit, but I wonder if it just, this is what, 5 days after the brand new mini set come out, so
Yeah, I
could
think
there
it's
be...
mostly fine now because they fixed the bug, so you can't get a turn 2 like Neptulon anymore off of the Discover.
Yeah.
But we are in. The players are ready to go. Game 1 is starting. Hype Horizon leading off with their Miracle Rogue, and Donkey Hot coming in with the Shaman early.
Yep, for those at home, Hype Horizons will be on the bottom, piloted by McBenterface, and Donkey Hot will be on top, piloted by Donkey.
For Doomhammer.
I make my own luck.
All right, so in the mulligan here, we've got not a whole lot of great options, especially from the Shaman side. Toss all of that, and Rogue, it does have an Alchemist. Putricide early as well will be sometimes extremely important to deal with the early high roll if you can find yourself a destroy.
All right. Corden's a little behind.
I am in now. Yeah.
All right. We're all in.
Probably had to make a little space on his friends list for
Yeah,
lonely old Corrodin, but we made it in. We're here. Pretty
all right,
standard
leads off
turns.
the trade. You've got a potentially relevant discount here, 0 mana Dora Shadows. Shaman waiting. I would say sometimes that Farsight is a turn 4 Glug, but not in this case.
Not anymore. Yeah, not. Gonna slow play. Precise is a nice one to see as well. Just gives a little bit of play for next turn. I would assume this is just a Farsight.
Yeah, we've got Farsight almost certainly coming down here to hope to hit a power card and really capitalize on that discount. Meanwhile, Rogue has already banked the mana discount on their next concoction from Ghoulish. With a potion belt in hand, it looks like a pretty good setup. See what's in the Farsight box. Swing and a miss.
Schooling really likes to be discounted, it seems, in these few series as we've seen.
I hate Farsight. It's just like, it's either the nuts or it's garbage.
Yeah. It's turn 4 Glug or it's 1 or 0 mana Schooling. I mean, that's unfortunately the way it is. And I mean, even on the Rogue side here, the hand looks nice, but there's just like a lot of wait and see happening, right? Nothing really, no gravestone, no Draka.
Yeah, a brick on the card draw here.
Ouch.
Maybe we see a Dreadful get picked as a
Always
nod
hazy,
to the
right?
power cards, or it's, always hazy.
Always hazy. Hazy always finds it.
We hazy gaming.
Wow.
Okay, they want to develop.
Oof.
There's an opportunity to put stats on board early. So minion plus hazy.
Misses the card draw on the second concoction mixture. So
Didn't think they would make this choice because I expected they would repeat the potion belt with their with their shadow and then use the other Ghoulish to play that one for free.
But explosive.
Going with a different option completely here. Explosive is kind of useful. And they've got some pressure.
I mean, more than likely, Explosive's going to eat one of these. They're going to test for everything possible here. Make sure it's not counterspell before the pre-science comes down.
Yeah, just the fact of the Mage Secret, though, means that now Shaman has to burn a top deck. They wanted to make sure the Prescience didn't get countered, so they led with the 0 mana Schooling, and it clogged up the hand. Still could make a difference.
No, Hook Tusk looks like a very nice rogue card.
Yeah, that's kind of insane.
Hook Fist looks like a great rogue card. Alright, this Putricide's gonna start mixing it up.
Alright, big concoctions being made here. Another chance to make another double concoction off of this trade if they choose to do so. And then can follow up still with a Cutlass equip and gain armor and draw. Things looking pretty good for Hyper Horizon despite not having a whole lot to do just yet. And whiffing a lot on card draw.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Concoction Road just kind of beats you down, right? When you don't have any ways to fight for the board. Interesting.
Habeas Corpses is a very funny potential option to get a Putricide back at a later point.
I was just going to say, it just kind of allows you to trade off through and maybe mix up some crazy, even more concoctions in the hand, so... Interesting pickup. Free mana, so I mean, not the worst.
Free is good. Oh, they burned a useless card.
All right, there you go.
No
harm,
worries
no foul.
for the Shaman here. Glug and
All right.
Neptulon in hand alongside the Vol'jin, a couple of Piranhas. They can play one Piranha and evolve this Knoll. Set up for the Piranha Vol'jin next turn.
Man,
They're bricking on these options lately though.
these 10 drops have not been showing up. Yeah, I was like, this is not what we were been expecting.
I mean, it's Denathrius because the other two were dramatically worse.
The other two are the same card. I mean, there's
As long as you
12.
play a Piranha, though, you do still have the potential Neptulon summon, which looks really good. And if you miss, it's Glug, but you do have to play a Piranha now in order to set that up.
Don't you? Are you worried about the other side that they just have 3 damage concoction and can push a little bit more damage, and you have to wind chill one of these? I don't know. It's tough. You're sitting at 16, and they've got 12 just on board right now.
Yeah, you might be dead, but you didn't have a whole lot of other ways to do it. I don't think you're winning the game if you win chill. Because if they have a way to remove your Denathrius, you're always losing. There's a lot to consider. Ultimately, I think the Piranha was the best move to try to clear up some stuff, but it was close. All right, well, Rogue is finding some more damage now.
There's the Putricide we were talking about.
Yep.
Looking for no deal 3. There's the card draw. A little bit too late.
This could also be a potential deal 3. They
It
found
is, and that's it. With the Ghostly Strike off of the door, that should be exactly what they needed.
Well, I mean, you can debate about the fact that they weren't dead if they used the wind chill. Denathrius gives them a chance to fight back into the game with a heal. I still like the decision they made to go for the Vol'jin setup and say, you know, they're not going to get there. But it did not pay off for them in this round. And there you go, Hyper Horizon up 1-0.
Yeah, I think you're dead on. I think as much as you'd like to use the wind chill there to just try to, you are correct. I mean, you have to try to win the game, and that's the most proactive way you can take to actually attempt to come back. So I think it's the correct play, absolutely. But it's just one of those things where Rogue, I guess, doesn't really have, outside of, randomly generating that 3 damage, doesn't really have that much direct damage anymore. I mean, Draka, obviously, if you want to play a few cards, but really nobody runs the Sinister
Yeah, there's
Strikes
no
anymore.
main deck to burn in the list. Not
No.
really. There are things like the Ghostly Strikes and Astalor and Shadow Steps, but I don't think it was correct to try to play around that with removing like 4 damage tops.
Definitely, yeah.
But we head on to game 2. Donkey Hot bringing out the Mage now, which would have loved to have faced the Rogue in game 1. Of course, Hyper Horizon has gotten their Rogue through, and we're on to the winningest class in the tournament, Hyper Horizon on their Death Knight.
And what a hand for this. Look at this hand that they're sitting on right now.
Yeah, this looks insane. Egg on 1, coin the location. If anything dies, you've got an active Vizier. You even have a sidekick to buff things up. Debatably, this is a full keep. The only thing you'd really want to toss back is sidekick and maybe Vizier, but given the hand, I don't think you even throw back Vizier.
No, I mean, I agree. I think if something's going to die, the Nerubian Vizier is just so good. Sidekick, really the only thing I'm thinking, especially if you're going to go for this foul coin construct, but it's a full keep.
I like the full keep.
100%.
And the Mage didn't have a whole lot of good stuff here. They do have location, though, early with a Snow Flurry. It's not too bad. Hitting Mordresh in the mulligan is very unfortunate.
Okay, Dungeoneer is going to be able to sort through a little bit and hopefully pull out some 1/1 elementals.
True, and this helps getting the Snow Flurry down. They bank the freeze, so when they get the bad news that it's coin, location, pop the egg, get a rusher, They get to stall the rusher at least.
Construct Quarters is something different. What a card.
Insane card. Big draw here for Team Donkey Hot, finding that Dawn Grasp hero. Going to be an important card. Don't know if the rest of their hand is the type that will let them be able to comfortably play it when turn 7 rolls around, but having it is still nice. There is a solid alibi in hand too that gets repeated off of Dawn Grasp, which may be enough.
Yeah, it's in the whole thinking about if they want to fire off this freeze right now, maybe. Maybe thinking about next turn. There's a lot of thought process going into to where this pig might find its track.
There's also potentially a debate on do you freeze the 4-3 or the 3-3, because you've got enough to deal with the 4-3 on board. Well, I think that's the best move, though.
Freeze the big minion. I mean, can just fully use a ton of mana here. I mean, is Vizier just good enough without the discounts just to get another spell in hand?
Not when you have other plays. I mean, you're fine with playing Vizier on a turn 3 if the situation calls for it, if you don't have anything else to do, but you really want that discount, and it shouldn't be hard to do. You've got an egg that you can drop on the board to get the location ready to go next turn. You can even wait on that and then just play it alongside Vizier, get extra damage now, which is the option. Hit him in the face.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot that Donkey Hot is going to be able to do. Just continuously freeze the board. Hopefully build up some defenses that'll just keep this board under wraps.
It won't take too much given the health on the board. Just a Reckless really turns things around, but they don't have it yet, crucially. There's also the debate on, do you want to play a Frost spell when that would mean you don't get a guaranteed alibi recast on Dawn Grasp if they're trying to go for that game plan. But I think it's too slow, and they may have to just go for a cold case or trades and a frozen touch.
Yeah, Cold Case. I mean, Cold Case definitely helps out, gains the armor, puts them on the board. Night Cloak is something also just allows the minion not to go face and allows it to trade through. Huh. Alright, cleans up as much as they can. Sets the board on the other side. Now this Vizier is available with the Bonebreaker top deck too. Is very nice.
Yeah, I'm sure they were planning on egg, so Bonebreaker does change things a little bit. They can still, of course, use the location on the 2-2. We're always going to lead with the Vizier and see what it finds, though. A 2-mana Grave Strength with 3 corpses?
That is...
Or do you really want to spend a corpse to just draw your other Bonebreaker and make it cost 0? Yeah, it's a Grave Strength.
Yeah. And then, I mean, now, again, this egg might actually be, like, looking towards the egg, seeing when it pops, if it's on the board, when the Grave Strength comes down.
I have but little time.
Alright, so full damage, as much as possible, as big a board as possible. Look to pay off that Grave Strength for a kill next turn. They've got Bonebreaker, Hero Power, Grave Strength all ready to go, and Mage has got a really difficult situation to face already. Now, if you're playing against an Unholy DK, you might be compelled to play that Alibi.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But who sees the 2-mana Grave Strength coming from the Frost?
Hopefully Donkey Hot does. You still are phasing down 16 on board, 17 with the hero power, so maybe it's an opportunity that you want to take the solid alibi, but this looks like just going to clean up as much of the board as possible and then see what it looks like on the end.
Time runs out on me.
All right. This death rattle, huge where it goes, worst spot possible. So they'll just go ahead and take as much power off the board that can hit them in the face next turn as they can. I like this turn.
Yeah.
All right, and a great draw from Hyper Horizon here off the top. The Saurian's the nuts. The order didn't matter there though, because we know Thessarian always goes face. still well ordered, of course, to guarantee it, but he's always a guarantee. He loves to smork.
He knows where the place is. Now, importantly enough, they still do have the alibi in hand here, but the Frozen Touch was played last turn, so it's not a guarantee off of the Magister Dawngrasp on turn 7.
You still maybe have to, especially heading into a turn 6 where Marrow Manipulator is available to get played on the board and kill you. There's not a whole lot of other things playable on this turn. Alibi minimizes some of the Thessarian damage too if you play Alibi, Frozen Touch the Thessarian and then ping him down.
Time runs out on me.
A lot of decisions here for Donkey Hot. I think this alibi has to come down, as you were saying there, and then it's really what are we going to use our mana for outside of that.
All right, so Wildfire, replayable from Dawngrasp, which is relevant. Finally get a little bit more ping damage to get Mordresh closer. He's at 7 now, and can draw more off of the multicaster because of that additional spell school being played. Marrow Manipulator will send 5 damage instead of 10. Still a pretty reasonably good option here to chip in. I like this line from Hyper Horizon, just keep up the pressure as much as possible.
And, oh, well, I mean, we don't even need the Dawngrasp now.
So there's 11 damage incoming if you freeze the 5/5. Dawngrasp could also replay Cold Case, will definitely replay Wildfire, might replay Frozen Touch and hit yourself in the face, which would be awful, but is unlikely.
Not what we want to see.
I don't know if you can do something other than Dawngrasp here, though, realistically, as the mage.
How else are you going to...
Like Alibi plus something else just is not effective enough. It's got to be Dawngrasp. You've got the location to freeze that 5/5 and minimize some of this extra damage. At least from their perspective, it should be enough to get out of lethal range.
Yeah, that's the worst case.
It just killed them.
Absolute worst case.
I think what I was going to say is I think it was going to be a lethal anyway because of Grave Strength in hand. They didn't know that was coming. But they were on 4 corpses, could have pressed the button, traded into the skeleton, and then buffed the rest in 1. Would have been a more interesting win than Dawngrasp just suiciding, essentially. But, you know, it happens on occasion. And Donkey Hot in a hole. Down 2-0 and looking to reverse sweep for the title. Hyper Horizon just needing the weak spot, the Shaman.
Yeah.
3 chances to high roll.
The Ladder Terror but the tournament underwhelming performer.
You asked.
And yeah,
Paladin?
Donkey Hot is Paladin. No, we don't talk about Paladin.
Paladin did actually make it into the top 8, and
Twice.
it had a
was it not?
50% win rate.
Yeah.
Good job, Paladin. We don't need to look at the Swiss stats, do we?
We don't. We won't embarrass Paladin too much.
Yeah,
But yeah.
we won't do any more Paladin bashing for this final match. Finals match.
Well, it is nice that Donkey Hot does get to bring exactly, if they wanted to bring this mage back into the shaman, which has had a very good percentage in this top 8 against exactly this. So it is do or die here.
Job's done.
Right, shaman with a clunky starting hand, and mage gets to lead off with power. This is
nice.
all of the cards they want to see, and a nice curve too.
Yeah, this is exactly what Donkey Hot needed to see from the draw. On the side of Hype Horizon, maybe finally getting a little bit of the shaman bad luck after the 2 games that we have seen from them.
All right, and we'll go coin 3 into 3, starting off with that Dungeoneer. No low rolls on this side this time around. Dungeoneer summoning the Frost.
Not a whole lot for the shaman to do. I guess just takes the wave.
Wait. Wave is some tempo now.
Hey, that's just another totem.
Well, that's weird. We got an explosive sheep kind of messing things up a little bit.
Yeah, this is not what Donkey Hot wanted to see.
Perhaps just time to go with that card draw from Arcane Intellect and let your board get cleared.
Yeah, I mean, okay, multicaster gets a +1/+1 from the Quartermaster.
Useful.
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, I guess you do have to just take away. I don't really know what they're.
I don't see a whole lot of
Out on me.
No.
reason to not just full smork here. Like, they'll clear your board for you, but you can't
Yeah.
deal with the sheep blowing it up.
Yeah. Okay.
Just trying to decide if that was truly correct. Another wave. Hey, it's playable. It's green.
It is a green card. It is more green than what they have seen. I guess that would be the only punishment.
Love it. Just slam it right away. And we got new cards again. Pack Runner, low-key kind of good.
Yeah.
I don't know
Creepy
about you,
painting
but
is
that other
pretty
card's
easy to deal
creepy.
with.
I don't know.
It's
It's a creepy card, bro.
No, it's not creepy. It's a tiny fin. It's cute. Just you wait.
to be. As good as the Pack Runner could be, I mean, not a whole lot for Hyper Horizon to abuse with it just yet. They're actually gonna just give it to the Tiny Fin.
They can summon a 1/1
Rest in peace, Tiny
alongside their command of Neptulon. It's fine. The creepy painting became cute briefly before it died.
Trying to set up as wide of a board for this Bloodlust, more than likely.
And as we can see on the other side, there is a Reckless Apprentice in hand for Donkey Hot, as well as an additional Wildfire, meaning 3 damage to the entire board can get sent in. So this whole board's going to get cleared out.
Yeah.
Unless Hyperion makes a slightly different trade. They do not. The Death Rattle, ultimately irrelevant there. And I think we just see Wildfire Reckless.
Yeah, pretty
Clean
pretty
turn.
straightforward turn there.
Works out very nicely for the Mage.
And Shaman back to square one.
I mean, they had a terrible hand, and they've made something out of it so far, rather than just completely passing. Good for them to still, like, try to stay ahead of things, but these draws have been just abysmal. No better at this point yet, too, with the Muck Pools. It's almost a good play with Null, but it's not.
Close to, but so far away.
I guess, yeah, you play the Muck Pools and evolve a totem, hope for something good, because you're planning on Glug next turn.
That is the decision made. Bolnir.
Hey, that's a good card in some cases. Not here.
Here, no, but hey, it's a Bolnir. Usually
I mean,
Shaman would love to see Bolnir.
Someone would run that in a Shaman list. All right, so out comes the 4/5 multicaster, draws 3 cards here,
Ooh,
and
Dawn
crucially
Grasp.
picks up this Dawn Grasp for the turn 7. And rightly so, completely ignoring the Bolner. There's no point. There's no good battle cries that really matter in this Shaman list that can come off of the Bolner on this turn.
No, just
Although
gonna
if
be
he happens to stick through the Glug, you know, Brucon getting doubled is kind of good.
Yeah,
Rip
Rip
Bolner.
Rip. Just wanted to take the 1/4. That's fair.
Makes a lot of sense to
Yeah.
buff the Glug's health, though. Gonna be a lot more useful than hoping for a bigger Brucon.
However, is this Glug ever going to be allowed to attack? I don't think so. Cold cases.
It's still a tough spot for the Mage to navigate a big Glug, but the hero card is an insane power level with that 5 damage hero power now.
I mean, Glug I don't think Glug ever gets to attack this game, right? We've got flurries and night cloaks.
You probably just want to remove all 3 and flurry the Glug. You can just go ahead and send your 0 mana ping face right now. You're just going for the kill. And absolutely, the line from Donkey Hot here.
Yeah, sets up very nicely, and pretty much, I mean, there is
something.
Con.
If you're feeling extra high rolly, you could go for a Knoll into like a Thaddeus and say, "Oh, it's gonna stick, and I'll get a Brucon next turn." But things look very dire for the Shaman, as is to be expected from this point.
Yeah, a grim spot indeed. I mean, maybe looking to see, if anything, what outs there are remaining, but yeah, Brucon makes some 2-drops, deal 2, but across the board does clean up the board very nicely. But you are taking a ton of damage, and I guess you're also hoping that Glug eats a few of these.
So here we go. Deals with the majority of the board. Glug's still a threat. More importantly, though, damage that just can't really be stopped. Brucon did not roll healing, so Mage can just keep the pressure up, ignore the board, go face, just make sure Glug doesn't kill you.
Yeah, there's really, I mean, no
Even then,
reason to
you don't even have to.
overextend here.
You don't even have to spend the 3 mana to freeze Glug. You're like, 10's fine, right? You can take it.
Yeah,
36.
I could take it.
What are they gonna do? Bloodlust? Not gonna
Exactly.
die. Send it.
It looks like it's just going to be a flurry here. Clean up the board as much as possible, and
1 off of lethal with the frozen touches, but yeah, I mean, this is also the guarantee that absolutely nothing can hit you in the face on the next turn. It is a concede from Hyper Horizon, I would expect.
Shattering tusks won't stop shattering.
yeah,
Go
well
ahead.
played
Go ahead
by
and play your
Donkey
cards
Hot.
first, I guess.
I mean, it's not like there's not any information, I guess, going the other way. Completely open deck list. So, all right, what do we have? What can heal us for 8?
Didn't even get to see the discover options. They're like, is there any 8 mana card that somehow finds a way to not lose? Yeah, didn't think so.
Yeah.
All right, and we are on to game 4. Donkey Hot fights back, gets the Ping Mage through against the Shaman. Now has to choose between a Shaman Mirror and Death Knight. I hope they go Death Knight.
It's the Death Knight, right? Right.
I want to see a game 5. Shaman is weak. Let's bring out the highest performing class in the tournament in Death Knight and try to get that through and head on to the game 5 mirror.
We say that, but this is the one time that the Shaman is going to have the absolute nuts, right? So, but I mean, Death Knight does have some really great ways to deal with. I mean, this is the undead version too, so no Howling Blast. They don't have any of the frozen touches in hand, so if it does come out, could be in trouble if that is a choice for Donkey Hot.
Absolutely. So still just trying to decide what they want to queue first as their game 4 into this Shaman from Hyper Horizon. Or maybe just, taking a quick breather. We did it, guys. We didn't get swept.
Woo!
Out comes the Death Knight. In this top 8, the Death Knight has a 79% win rate out of 14 games. It has won 4 out of 5 games against Shaman. Meanwhile, Shaman, a 32% win rate out of 22 games. We'll see if this is one of those games Shaman can take down the monster, or if we're going to be headed to that game 5 mirror. It looks great for Donkey Hot right now.
Yeah, wow. Couldn't ask for anything much different. I mean,
maybe a Horn of Winter.
yeah, fair.
Just so that you can save the coin for the Thorson or something, but yeah.
Well, there's your Horn of Winter, but Thorson is gone.
It actually still wouldn't work. You can't get him down because you need to still go for the coin location play on turn 2. But
Boy
this
can
is
dream.
just an excellent start. You play the body bagger, you coin the location, and step on the gas.
Me have that for you.
Okay, well we're getting a little bit closer. Schooling has what's picked up and played. Here's the muck pool. We'll see what the wind chill has to say if they just want to cycle it for a little bit of draw early on, or is it just going to be a
I mean, you can't get
pass?
the Knoll down still. I do kind of like Totem Pass to anticipate a coin location and say, okay, we'll wind chill the 4/5. But on the other hand, you're like, well, don't we want to play Farsight on 3? So reasonable choice to wind chill now as well and go for the cycle. Try to find that Knoll.
The muck pool is out of hand as well. Now that the Knoll can't come down, it doesn't really make a huge difference holding on to that.
With Horn of Winter in hand, I guess there could be a slight debate on is there something else we should use it for now? Float the mana, play the arms dealer or something. But I think you're always just coin location, blow up your minion, get a 4/5, end your turn.
Yeah, it seems really like the most logical, straightforward thing to do at this moment, but maybe they want to play it a little bit slower. Doesn't look like it. I think this is fine.
They might choose Acolyte.
Acolyte, yeah, I was going to say.
That's somewhat reasonable. They got nothing on board yet, but you know they have Piranhas in hand, so I don't think you want to do it. Okay, Hyper Horizon picking up a Prescience could be a very important card for the immediate future. A turn 5 Null Evolve potentially. And hey, that Farsight sometimes just a turn 4 Glug.
Sometimes it's a turn 4 Glug. It could also possibly be a Null. The decision here is if they want to do the Farsight or if they want to go with these Piranhas and clear off this undead minion.
Yeah, I mean, given that there's a Prescience in hand,
Like
the
the
Piranha
Farsight.
play looks a lot more attractive here.
Yeah.
Just get the minion off the board right now. Can even, yeah, looks like they even want to evolve one of these Piranhas too, just to have the board presence. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Yeah, now this great start that the Death Knight had isn't looking as good.
There's a
draw. There is a Acolyte horn hit with the
well, there's an Acolyte double horn play.
yeah,
Acolyte horn, play the
arms dealer.
arms dealer, horn again, press the button, clear the minion.
Get a draw.
I guess you have to lead Acolyte.
Yeah, the mana unfortunately.
Oh, well, it's
doesn't
not an
work.
undead, so it actually doesn't matter that you'd miss the arms dealer buff.
Oh, interesting.
Sometimes I think it's an undead, but it's not.
Yeah. Played in the undead deck, but correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is very reasonable. Shamans just used their ability to try to take board away from you. So now you accelerate your card draw and take the board right back. Look at that, playable card.
Hey, here we go.
What a draw.
Ooh.
All right, I think the game's telling them what to do.
Yeah.
You should play this card.
This is what we want to happen. There's a Vol'jin. Oh my.
Oh, wow.
Oh my.
Well, it's extremely important for Donkey Hot to remove the entire board, which
Everything.
fortunately for them, they can do.
Yeah.
And then some. The egg looks excellent as a top deck here to blow up with the location. Start your turn that way and draw a card.
Yeah, that is what they elect to do. Could even throw in the arms dealer. I mean, if you really don't even want these buffs, press the button, draw 2 more cards.
Well, now there's also another Acolyte, which I think kind of incentivizes playing it and trading the 1/2, but also fair to do this. Even if you wind up potentially floating the mana, it's clean and you keep the arms dealer, which can still provide more snowball damage.
Well, everything is cleared off the board, so that Vol'jin, as great it was off of Prescience, is no longer a valid option. Wave drawn, but not looking like a fun wave board. That is a 4-drop minion, the monstrosity.
True, and Foul is a 3. So random 2s are no picnic either, unless they want to go for the Doomsayer out. We've seen it before as a, well, I mean, we talked about it before as a possibility that could happen this tournament. Maybe it happens in Game 4 of the finals.
Might as well point the blazing transmutation at it if that was the case. If what you're gonna do, choose what 2-drop you want to give.
Blazing on the arms dealer, find a Doomsayer. Realistically, I don't know, maybe it's just a prescience, but things don't look good from the Shaman side. This has a chance of finding a null to set up for the next turn, which it does.
Very nice, yeah. So now we're definitely holding on to everything.
I say chance based on the composition of the deck. I think it's a guarantee.
I think, yeah, after Nebulon, Vol'jin, that was pretty much always going to happen.
The only outcomes were Glug null or double null.
Well, lead cross strike, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Donkey Hot and the Death Knight here. You just see what you can discover, get another minion out of your way to keep punching them in the face. And at that point, you could finally drop the Acolyte and trade the Arms Dealer for a double draw off of Arms Dealer. They want to do that first.
It's the question, did you want a random card, or would you rather a card in your deck?
Frost Strike finds...
Wow,
these are burnt.
Sindragosa.
But Sindragosa's quite good to deal with big minions especially.
Yeah, extremely so.
Ron, you've come so far this weekend. I'm so proud of you. He went from not knowing the name at all, not knowing how to say it, and look at him go. Ron's doing it.
Sindragosa?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, it's been an artificially generated meme.
He had to Google it, bro. Day one. He didn't know how to say queen. Or
Oh
Frost.
my
Never gonna let this
goodness.
die.
Or Frost. Or in that order, eh?
Yeah.
All right,
All right.
rolling for the high roll. Do we find the Thaddeus? He's not home. I'm
Thaddeus once again.
I'm convinced Thaddeus is a 12 cost or something.
They took him out of the
right?
pool.
Yeah, he's definitely not in the pool because we have not seen a Thaddeus this entirety, and still misses again.
All right, so Hyperizon remains very dead. We'll go for one last shot, and still dead.
Still very dead.
I guess possibly not dead.
Yeah, these marrows could. I mean, you take the trade here, and then no, it's always right. Yeah.
Yeah, with the location that enables it well enough.
Yeah, it trades off. 4 goes there. So
Hyperizon sees it.
Go!
Tuna, what's happening?
It's the greatest words in all of Hearthstone. The thing you want to see in your finals. Game 5. We got the high rolling class of Shaman for both sides of Donkey Hot and Hyperizon. Let's see who comes out on top with the better 10 drops.
No, I don't know if you could say high rolling anymore. I don't know if that.
Yeah,
I don't. After what we've seen, I don't know if that works for this one. But wow, maybe Donkey Hot said, "I'll see your high roll and
Schooling
well,
and null in hand.
with coin."
With coin, the dream is very much alive. For Hyperizon, it is a terrible hand.
I mean, now it's just
Getting
Donkey
worse.
Hot looking for top deck does not look great. I mean,
Out comes the schooling for Donkey Hot.
it's gonna be it's gonna be an evolve off. This is all it is. Who can Darwin their board better?
We've got a 6 in 25 to possibly just win the game on the spot.
Oh my gosh!
There it is.
Oh no!
There it is.
Oh no!
The low rolls is going to become another null.
It does not. There could be.
You see the emote from Hyperizon. Donkey Hot has hit the high roll.
Wow, 12.
It's gigantic.
It is. It is probably the best you could have seen. Oh wait, however, does that do anything? Does a 5-mana Brucon change the outcome of this in any way, shape, or form?
Blazing Transmutation can maybe lower the power on the... Oh, Doomsayer out!
Wait, Explosive Sheep does not? No.
No, that does not help.
That's it. After so many matches, it does seem that the Shaman high roll has come to fruition.
Yeah, and the tilt taking hold by transforming the 1/1 and not the 3/1 there. Or they just did it to be as funny as possible because it doesn't matter.
It never mattered,
if
right?
You don't hit actually
I choose the
Doomsayer.
funny option. 100%.
Cycling the wind chill, but
Technically not dead just because of a stone claw.
I guess this is they were looking for the other schooling to push through, but
You probably need to wave just to get rid of this sheep.
I was gonna
Obviously,
say
you
the
cash in
sheep's
the
kind of
damage.
Yeah, the sheep's kind of scary.
Just send the damage and then you wave so your opponent can't, oh, I don't know, play a 5-mana Brucon. And use your board to clear your board. Doesn't
I mean, that is
really
a
make
true
difference
possibility,
outside of
right?
the Deathwing, though.
The Brucon deals with the rest of the board, and then you make 2/2s. But yeah, smartly, Donkey Hot is going for the.
I mean, what other play is there but Brucon?
I mean,
Heal
Yeah.
Taunt.
You even got some 1/3s and a 2/3, so the deal doesn't even make a difference. Technically, the taunts don't die. Technically alive.
Yep, still just barely.
But I mean,
We glug him this turn.
Yeah.
We glug
Yeah,
him.
Vol'jin gives you a glug.
Glug,
Seems
glug.
good. You can
Seems-
attack with a minion first too before you flip it.
Yeah, clear out.
You still don't have a way to actually send any face damage this turn if you're playing the. Well, like barely any. Your 8/8 doesn't get to go face, which is the important part.
You could throw 2 to face, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, I outside of it being completely over, why not an archaeologist?
So I want to go
Right.
back to what I said of the high rolling class, Corden.
No, I disagree.
Yeah.
Wait.
And Hyperized goes for a random tiny toys.
And
Not gonna
that's
happen. That's game.
That is it.
My Anodon was right.
I mean, he picked both teams.
He was right either way.
Yeah.
But there you go. Donkey Hot coming back from a 2-0 deficit to reverse sweep Hype Horizon and hand them their first true loss of the entire tournament. And we've been talking about it basically this whole time. Shaman being a huge weak spot. We obviously saw the power of Shaman in that Shaman mirror at the same time as seeing the downside of Shaman.
You couldn't have asked for living on the edge of it, like, you know what I mean? The both sides of the sword in that case. The absolute high roll of high rolls, and then just on the other side, trying to claw your way back in to find any agency in the matchup. Live by
Absolutely.
the shaman, die by the shaman.
Indeed. So there it is, our winners of $150 going to Team Donkey Hot. Players are Donkey, Palyuha, and Groink PFF. Nicely done.
And congratulations to Hype Horizon as well. Coming in second place, some notable names: McBanterface, Gamer RVG, and Dread Eye. And once more, the third place team as well. Just to remind everybody, if you're just tuning in and missed the third place matchup, was Lean Lovers. That was Waluigi Dime, Lasagna, and Maxi Bond taking home the third place spot.
That's right. And we'll check to see if our winners may be available for an interview.
No, they're coming. Yeah, give me 1 second. I was gonna have
awesome.
us join them in their call that they're in, but then I remember that spoils everything for anyone that sees Discord. So I'm not gonna.
Yes. as us, we are 15 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
And seeing all of
That's
us
a
in their channel.
very good point.
They're still in game 4 right now, so like.
Yes. What we'll do is we'll split. Some of us go to the Hype Horizon channel. Some of us go to the.
Well, they're just gonna follow wherever I'm at because they know I'm the op, so they know I have
I'll
to
change
be
my name. Don't worry. I'll change my name, my profile real fast. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you guys get ahead of that. Bring those 3 in. Make some room in the booth. Thank you for allowing me to come in and cast. It's been fantastic. Tuna, thank you for putting this on, and Ron, thank you for doing the long hauls of casting and everything too. I mean, I have to, right? It's been fantastic.
Happy to do it.
Right? It's I really just want to say I'm appreciative to see some really great content. Like, not that we don't always see great content from THL. That's not what I'm trying to say, but you know, THL's a little bit different where it comes from. You know, there's not a whole lot on the line. It's a lot of, you know, bragging rights championships. When there's something on the line, the money, you see such a high level of gameplay from some of the best talent in Hearthstone, and, you know, recent announcements. It's nice to see something like this put together and done well, and see, you know, an amazing group. So thank you, you two, for putting this on.
Yeah, all thanks definitely directed to Brushy Tuna, our tuna sponsor for this tournament. Very excited to be a part of it, and looking forward to talking to our winners. Thank you again, Corden, for joining us.
Oh, no problem. Thanks again, guys, and have a great interview.
Yeah. Bye, buddy.
Bye-bye.
There, I said it on time that time, Ron.
Nice. All right. Welcome, Donkey and Team Donkey Hot.
Well,
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're still getting the rest of the team in here. Give me 1 second, Ron.
Oh, okay.
I don't know
So
if you
I
noticed Discord,
I thought maybe they were all
chilling. Yeah,
I thought maybe they were all together in
No.
in one call.
No.
Gotcha.
I had to add them individually. All right, now you can restart, Ron.
One by one.
No, this is it. The third player had to go.
Okay, so welcome then, Donkey, Team Donkey Hot, Groink PFF and Donkey. Congratulations on your big win. Talk to us about the victory there. Way to go.
Yeah, that was an exciting end. When we were down 0-2, we decided we were going to queue Shaman last because having the whole finals come down to a mirror is the most dramatic thing. And then the final game wasn't very dramatic in the end.
I was very happy that you made that choice for the content, though. That was awesome. We were so hyped for, like, okay, it's the high roll mirror. Here we go. And then, wow, you high rolled hard.
Yeah, high rolled. We didn't high roll once with Shaman, even close to that. Yeah, I mean, we had high rolls. Shaman, you have to high roll to win, but no turn 2 evolves. That was our only turn 2 evolve, and it came in the perfect time.
So I've got a question for you guys. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the stats through the whole tournament, but could you venture a guess? How well did Shaman do in Swiss, and how well did it do in top 8, percentage-wise? Just a hazard a guess if you can.
It was about 40% win rate, right? Or below 35?
We saw it in, like, I think I saw Swiss stats. I know it was below 50%. I don't remember the exact.
Yeah, Swiss didn't do too badly out of its 96 games. It had a 48% win rate, but in top 8, it was brutal. 31% win rate out of 26 games.
That's rough. Yesterday, we were laughing at the Rogue stats because I think it was like 65% out of 37 games in the Swiss. And we were like 2-4 with Rogue.
Yeah, we single-handedly put it down a peg there.
Doesn't matter. You got there in the end. It took a lot to fight back from being down 0-2 to Hype Horizon 2, I bet. That team hadn't dropped a real game all tournament long, and you guys backs against the wall. You fought back. What was happening in that call with you guys when you made that decision? We'll save Shaman for last. Walk me through, you know, what that felt like in games 3 and 4, especially.
Well, to be honest, we just played the game. We had fun and we high rolled. At that point,
I love that.
You can overthink stuff, but you won't win that way.
That is an excellent answer. Don't overthink it. Play the game, have fun.
You just played the game,
off.
yeah. Played the green cards and won, and that's hard stuff, right?
Play the green cards and win. Hold on, I'm writing that down real quick. I gotta
just
refer
don't
back
lose
to
and you'll win.
wise words. You've heard it here from our tournament champions, Donkey Hot. Just don't lose and you'll win. Do you guys have any shout outs you want to give? I know your other member wasn't able to join in.
Shout out
but...
to our third player for sure.
Yeah, shout out to Polygon.
He really plays the mage really well, but he had to go for the last game, so we kind of pulled it through without him. But like, shout out to him.
Yeah, who needs your best player against the top team in the tournament? You don't need that. When you have the like plot no jutsu, you just win always, right?
Plot
With the
no
reverse sweep and
jutsu.
everything. Yeah.
Love it. That's awesome. Besides your teammate, any other shout outs you want to give while we have you here?
To you guys, the organizers, it's an amazing tournament.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Definitely the thanks goes primarily to Brushy Tuna. He's our Uncle Tuna for THL throwing on this wonderful tournament while we had a little bit of downtime. And really glad to have such great competitors like you guys joining. You really gave us a great show, right down to a bunch of game fives. What's really interesting, it was a huge nail biter. You guys were borderline not going to make top 8 if I remember correctly too. It was like a razor thin margin against where the BG's at.
Yeah.
So you guys have given us thrillers the whole way through. It's been awesome to watch.
Yeah, we've just been, Croatia style, going down and then winning with the nail biter. If anybody's
penalty stuff.
watched like the World Cup, maybe it's not the best thing to mention soccer tournament in American chat, but yeah, Croatia's kind of known for that in the world scene. So yeah, going down and then nail biters till the end.
Yeah, I mean, who needs to sleep at 4 a.m.?
Exactly.
No one.
True to brand.
Yeah. Just stay awake all the time. Never sleep. Only Hearthstone. It's an easy solution.
Once again, big congrats to you guys. It was a blast to have you here and to watch you guys play throughout and take down the title. We'll, of course, I know it's very late for you, so we'll let you go and celebrate. Any final parting words before we move on?
Donkey, you're the pilot. Do the thing.
Do the thing.
What thing? We didn't discuss a thing. I don't know what the thing is. Well, I don't know. GG, everybody.
Nori.
Until next time.
Until next time.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you guys again.
Oh man. All right. Well, Ron, that does it for us too, man.
That's right.
We're all done this weekend. You said a lot of things. I clicked a lot of buttons. It was a fun weekend. Down to do this again, but maybe not have you next time. That was a pain, even though you were the first person I texted about this.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
I would never dream of even considering teaming up with you for another tournament.
Never.
Unless you mentioned that we were doing another one, in which case I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm down for like 2 days of like 15 hours.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Oh man,
yeah, it was a blast.
10 minutes ago, I was going nutty for more trios format.
Trios format was fantastic. I really enjoyed this. Maybe we'll see something coming in THL. Who knows? Yeah. But until then, it's been a blast.
That's hype though, because maybe we'll do a 6-person team tournament. No, just kidding. That's a lot of people one voice call. Could you imagine having
10-person teams?
Oh gosh.
Let's go nuts.
Could you imagine having 9 other teammates in a call with you?
Can you imagine being the pilot?
Dude, I think I'd just mute at one point. Yeah, I'm playing all this game by myself.
Actually, yeah, you just mute the call and you're just piloting by yourself.
Yeah, and the other 9 are just like
as everyone's shouting
off in the background. Yeah. Singing songs, singing she shanties, like having a good time, and you're over here like trying to figure out the shaman mirror, like, oh gosh.
Now that really ups the difficulty level if you just have them not muted and you have to listen to sea shanties from 9 people while you're trying to decide on a turn.
We're glugging.
Okay, go ahead and find this Mindlock lethal here real quick.
Yeah. Proceeds to get louder. Oh man, but yeah, for all those players that did top 8, there are 24 of you. So it's going to take me a while to get around to everyone. So just bear with me if you did top 8. I might not get to you today, but I will try to get to as many of y'all ASAP because I know not everyone has like the same payment processors or whatnot. So it might be fun figuring that out. Maybe I'll
Tuna has
give money
personally
to Ron
decided
and
to
make Ron do all of it.
No, Tuna has decided to personally deliver
hand-delivered checks.
everyone's prize in person. He's very excited about the Croatia trip.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, I've been there once. It was not bad. I liked it. I enjoyed
I'd
my
love to
time
go
in
to
Croatia. So
One
I'll
of
go
these
back.
days.
I'll go back. I got
maybe
it.
maybe I'll join you on the road trip to see Donkey and get
See,
this.
I'm trying to enjoy my
prize
road
money.
trip. I don't know if I want you to join me. I'm trying to enjoy it, but you know.
Touche.
But all right, that's gonna do it all for us. Thank you for everyone that was in chat all weekend. Thank you to all the players once again. Thank you to all the casters: Kodomora, Denkus Dad, Mayanadon, Corridon.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it. And thank you to Ron, of course, for being here all weekend. It was a blast. I'm glad to get you all in here, help cast some of these amazing matches and amazing entire event. Maybe our hat will let me out of the basement more often and let me run more tournaments, but we'll see.
Whoa, don't get full of yourself now.
Yeah, I know.
It's back in the basement for you.
Back under lock and key. But yeah,
it was so great to be a part of this. Thank you as well, THL. Such an awesome community to be a part of. We love you, and we look forward to the next time we get to put on something like this. It's always a lot of fun.
Yepers, and that's it. So we'll see ya. When's the next stream, Ron? When's the next THL stream? Is it Tuesday? Wednesday? Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, right?
Hearth Center.
Yeah, Hearth Center. What time?
9 p.m. Eastern, same time as usual.
Listen, I don't know that. All right. I only know one stream schedule, and it's because I get pinged about it. But all right, we'll be seeing you later, THL. See ya.
Take care, everyone.